Welcome again to another live stream where we play Microsoft Flight Sim. Or try to. I won't let buggy software get in the way of our enjoyment of aeroplanes. This is day 4 of trying to get stuff to work. Hype has been reset to 0. And we will try and try and try. We might have to delete some files on the Windows to get things working. But we're just going to try launching again because there's been a patch and maybe that patch has fixed stuff. But I'm not optimistic because it is Microsoft Flight Simulator after all. So we'll just see how things go. Hello, Abdullah. How's it going, man? Abdullah Salmon. Hello. Hello there. Simopia, hello. How's it going, guys? Simopia, the opioid of the Sims. Time for some deer action. Infinity Dave. Some say his presence is infinite. Infinity Dave. Oh no, do you know what's happening now? Because we rebooted. I'm getting the G-Sync issue on my monitor. I might have to turn G-Sync off. Already we get problems. Hello, CKTL, how's it going? CKTL. Hello. Gransky, hello guys. How's it going? You've killed many a co-pilot. Well, they deserve to die. If they decide to get in a plane with you, that's their fault, isn't it? That's their problem, not yours. Oh, look, we're activating packages. It's my favourite part of all gaming. It's so funny if it still doesn't load. Oh, dear Microsoft. I don't even know if we've got stuff working. To be fair, there was an update, so maybe that's what it's activating. I don't think so, Bob. We'll find out. Oh, what's going on with my TV? You can't see it. My TV's gone mental. Oh, no. I'm going to have to disable G-Sync. Oh, maybe it's alright. Right, there's something up with my capture card. Doing G-Sync through my capture card. Not optimal, shall we say. Planned obsolescence. Bob Windy was going to have a go, but don't want to set up all my peripherals. I think it does save the peripheral stuff, but I know what you mean. I would probably wait. I would probably wait, what, like 3 months, 6 months before getting this? Mark Gaming, nice. Oh dear. Well, I think I'm definitely going to have to... I'll let it do this loading and then I'm going to turn G-Sync off. I might have to reboot. I want to attach my T-slot to my rig a bit better as well. We have found out, though, that the bottom... The height of this joystick is perfectly in line with the bottom bracket. So I can... We could probably... we can probably mount the joystick differently, which is nice. It'll be even more solid, which is nice. Which was nice. Okay. Screen's gone black for you, and it's also gone black for me. But I don't know if the sim's still loading. I don't know what's going on. Oh no, it's just. Oh, there you go. Yeah, this is just G-Sync. This is my computer. Let's turn G-Sync off. It's really weird. My computer really doesn't like G-Sync with this capture card. Turn that off. This should fix it. An FOV setting for... Yeah, you just you change the zoom. Oh, here we go. It should work now. See what happens. Tom Rhodes, good evening. You're sorting out your P1X Pro. You're on the cable manager. Oh, I give up on cable management. My computer just crashed whilst I turned off G-Sync with the game running. Well, we'll see. No. No, there we go. Just resetting all the monitors. Okay. Switching G-Sync on and off. Bit of a nightmare. Alright, there we go. Hopefully this works alright. Mr. Mondeo, hello. Mama Mazda. Well, so there's been a patch. We're going to find out if the patch has done anything good. Should we see if the helicopter has sound? Because the solution to the helicopter thing is to delete some, for sound issues, is to delete some files apparently. But we'll see. Let's see if this has any sound. Oh, thank you, Evil Beans.
Good day to you, sir.
Sure. Have a rocket. Thank you very much for supporting us. Well, the blades are rotating. No. No sound. Oh no, we do have sound. Woo! Oh, maybe they fixed it. Sounds cool. Okay. Let's bind. We'll bind some helicopter controls whilst we're here. Nice. Maybe the patch has fixed it. Sound. No. Controls. Control surfaces we want, and then where's helicopter? Primary control surfaces. It'll be collective. It's the Kobe mission, yeah. Straight into the hillside. Right. Cyclone, here we go. Rudder axis left. Left yaw. These were back to front last time, so we bind. Oh, wrong device. Yeah, that makes sense. Cyclic left. This is what we want. Cyclic right. Cyclic down. Cyclic up. What does the 1 mean? And also, you can't actually see X, Y, Y. I guess that makes sense. This is blocked, this. It's not very good. And then we need to do the HOTAS Warthog. I should record this as a video. Let's record a little video clip here. I mean, we could just take this out of the stream, can't we? Let me hide my camera. Can I do that? Can I hide my camera? Camera. I'm sure I created a shortcut to hide the camera box. Maybe I didn't. Oh, this might work. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Everything's broken. We could do it on this screen. 5-hour menu dive. What's your favourite thing? Okay, here we go. Okay, guys. This is a video. Are you ready, guys? You ready for a video? We're going to do a quick video. Hello there, and welcome to this quick video on how to use your sim racing pedals as rudder pedals in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. If you've got a sim rig, you probably don't want to put flight sim pedals where your driving pedals are. Fortunately, in Microsoft Flight Sim, you can just bind your clutch and your accelerator for rotating right and rotating left. Obviously, you won't get any toe brakes from doing that, but you can still fly planes using it, and it's really handy. What you need to do that is have your pedals installed normally. You got your sim pedals, make sure they're plugged in, and then when you go to the controls, you want to go to the primary control surfaces, and then you want to bind each pedal. Oh, well, first of all, you're going to have to select your pedals here. In this case, I'm using House Invalid sim pedals, and then you're going to want to bind the pedals. Go to primary control surfaces, and there's a specific axis for left and right, specifically for the rudder. Here we go. So you've got rudder axis, but you actually don't want that one. What you want is rudder left and rudder right, which is being hidden by my camera. There you go. You want rudder left and rudder right, and then you just click it and bind it, and then you can click apply to all aircraft. Okay, click and do the other one. There you go. So now that will have your pedals bound to the rudder, and you can use them for left and right. What you will find, however, is that sometimes these are actually back to front, which doesn't help. And also at the moment in Microsoft Flight Sim 24, the you can't actually see the inputs on this screen. In 2020, you can see the input and you could adjust curve values and a whole bunch of stuff to tweak it. In Flight Sim 2024, it's all bugged out, so you can't really adjust things that well. But as long as you've got like your pedals with a bit of throw on them for your accelerator and your clutch, that will be perfectly fine. And if they're in the rest point there, then it'll be totally neutral. You will find the first time you get into a plane that you'll have to push the right and left pedal. Just do it when you're on the taxiway or on the ground, or if you start in the air, just do it quickly. Because the first time you touch it, it'll give 100% rudder momentarily, which if you're taking off and you just tap it, your plane will go mental. But there you go, guys. That is how you use sim racing pedals with Microsoft Flight Simulator. Click the like button and subscribe. There you go. That'll be a video, maybe. Maybe I'll just re-record it. But that's a useful guide for anyone that tuned in. Great. So these might be the wrong way around. Ship it. Right. Okay, well the joystick's not working. And the rudder pedals still aren't working. Great. Right, that should work normally. So, don't know what's going on there. Did we not click save like idiots? They didn't even work at all. They're in there. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. Well. Let's go back to the menu. I don't know why that's not working. It is an axis, but the joystick's not even working. Let's start on the ground. Let's pick a different aircraft as well. Someone else was saying actually they couldn't get the bindings to work, so maybe it's to do with that. Sim Gaming Expo. Hello. Hello, Sim Gaming Expo. We've been subscribed to by a building. I'm all right. How you doing, man? Right. I'll be even better when this works. Oh dear. Oh no, this has no sound. It's still broken. It's still broken, guys. Ah, bloody hell. And the rudder pedals aren't working. Microsoft. How can you... Right, we're going to probably have to delete some files from the game to fix the helicopters. We can try that out, but I don't know why these controls aren't working. That's weird. Because we've just bound. This is all bound. So there's no reason why that's... Oh, maybe that needs to be an axis. So I'll click left axis. So cyclic axis? Ah, maybe it's this one. Try that. That is might be for keyboards. Mind you, I don't know why the rudder pedals aren't working there. Oh, okay, there you go. That fixed that. Why is the rudders not working? Is Sim Gaming Expo, is the website fully up now? Everyone should check it out. Check out Sim Gaming Expo, guys. We can do Flight Sim VR and Sim like a Expo in America. God bless yeehaw! It's actually also going to have virtual reality cow riding and pizza tossing. That's American. Flight control surfaces. House involved pedals. Primary. That's right. Rudder. Maybe that's not an axis. We gave the wrong instructions. Rudder left axis. Rudder axis. Hang on. Maybe it's in secondary controls. No. Pretty sure that's what we bound on the other ones. VR burger making. Rudder axis. I'm pretty sure we just did rudder left and right. Right, let's just try this. Yeah, so this is binding but only working one way. Maybe they broke the planes as well. It's true, but apparently he had sand in the Chinook, so... I mean, that's what we did with the plane. Right, I'm going to go and have a look at the plane. We'll go into a plane and see what that's like. Yeah, but are you using flight sim pedals, driving sim pedals? And also the helicopter. We got it working with the plane. It's working fine with the plane. Yeah, look, this is working with the plane. So let's see what bindings are on this. Yeah, look, see, rudder axis left and right. Maybe the helicopters just don't have the setting. So they've put it in the game, but they've not put the setting there. Microsoft, why did they not try anything before they released this? Why would you have settings for helicopters but not planes? So dumb. Yeah, so it's missing the option. Well done, Microsoft. So add that to the list, the infinite list of idiotic design. So we have the audio bug. I mean, the helicopters are basically unflyable. I don't know how a developer can. I mean, someone must have forced them to release the game 6 months too early. Oh dear. Graphics look nice. Right. Yeah, I don't think we can. We can use the joystick, but you can't really fly a helicopter with the rotation of a joystick. You need rudder pedals. This worked in Flight Sim 2020. That's what's weird. Let's have a look. Control. Yeah, Frankie Donkey are using sim pedals and see, these are all digital analog axis. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not applicable, is it, Frankie? Jesus Christ. We're specifically setting up rudder pedals. Yeah, but it's not working for you because you have a completely different you've got completely different equipment. So it's, you don't have the cog lets you adjust stuff. It doesn't have the option though in the menu. Hello, Thomas. Yeah, there's no way for you to fly helicopters with the sim pedals unless you were to use Joy VJoy to do the hack. So you can use them with the planes, but for some reason they've taken the option out for helicopters and not realised. GG. No, I don't know. You can't. I don't think so. No, you can't, Steve, because the way that pedals work, the way sim pedals work, you have to use VJoy, and then you have to like have half the mapping go to the middle, and then you have to invert it because it sees both of them as the same axis, but then it starts in the wrong position. Well, the tail rotor does the same sort of thing, but we don't have tail rotor left and tail rotor right. We just have tail rotor axis. So normally you just use this rudder axis setting, but you can't. And also because it's buggy, you can't actually reconfigure on this page either. So that's that. And the audio's still broken. Microsoft have absolutely the bed on this game. Right. What do we do? Do I could delete some of the files and we see if that fixes the audio stuff. It's testing me, this game. I don't understand how a developer can be so disrespectful to the user base of a game. I just seemingly not give a shit. Right, we'll get the money. Yeah, it pretty explains everything, doesn't it? Money. I'm going to try deleting some files and then reloading and then seeing if that fixes the sound issue we have with some of the helicopters. You know, when you try and close the game as well. You can't even buy the trim to your hotel. When you try and close the game, it doesn't even close properly. Like, you go quit to desktop and it crashes on this screen when you try to quit. And then even when it does quit, you have to Control-Alt-Delete and end the process. And I think what's happened is, well, I think what Microsoft have done and Asobo is they've gone, PC, who cares about that? Even though Microsoft Flight Sim only exists because of PCs. And like the entire marketplace and industry around it is largely because of the PCs enabling people to build content and support it and keep the whole scene going. So they're just like, oh wow, we'll just do it for console, and then it's just like everyone has to drink a shot. Well, I do have rudder pedals, Frankie Donk. Actually, I have. They're not on my rig. But that's beside the point, isn't it? It like if you've got the feature working with aircraft in a game, and it works in the previous game that you did, and then you release a new game, and you arbitrarily remove the feature, and your game doesn't even close. Your game doesn't even close properly. Well, no, because then I'd have to take my sim pedals off my rig every time I want to play a flight sim. What a disaster. And you get those people online, right, defending it, going, ow, well done. It's like, guys, come on. Yeah, it doesn't even close. Right, I'm gonna try deleting those files to try and fix the audio. Yeah, well, the irony is, they've completely up the consofication of the game as well. Because the game, if you're buying a video game as someone that just doesn't care, you would expect the single player to work and not crash. You'd expect the credit system to operate properly. You'd expect the pilot to talk coherently. You'd expect like a game, right? So they've actually made it for everyone. They've cocked it up for the sim fans that will put up with a lot of crap and like missing features and bad design and terrible user interface, and then they've not released an actual good video game either. But they'll probably get away with it because there's nothing else on the market, and there's this weird thing around simulators where your average pleb will lap it up. So your average pleb will like play iRacing and be like, well, I've been told it's really realistic. It's shit because I'm shit. And it's like, no, you're not shit. It's the game's actually bollocks, and that's what happens with a lot of simulators: flight, driving, remote control, cars, whatever, rally. You know, like WRC is complete shit, and then people go, well, actually no, it's not the game. It's a realistic rally sim. That's why it's so sparse on gameplay and why the car does weird backflips if you tap the. It's like but the developers use it as an excuse. I now need to do some. Now we need to do some tech support on the game. Now we need to find these bloody files. I posted it in my Discord. You're driving it wrong. Ah dear. All I want to do is fly some planes with my force feedback joystick. I just want to fly some planes and do some single player. Yeah, the problem with X-Plane 12 is I do prefer it generally. Like, the physics are definitely better in X-Plane over Flight Sim, but then that doesn't have anything to actually do in it. and you have to. And I mean, I had X-Plane 11. I had loads of files for it, but then it turns into a full-time job maintaining the flight sim. It can't be that hard to go back to like to go back to bloody how things were in the 2000s, where you at least to have a game there with the simulator. You know, I don't even need the sim to have the most beautiful, most realistic of stuff. Just make it a structured thing with realistic-ish physics. That's good enough for me. That's all I need. A bit of depth, like some depth, some like actual flight dynamics, joystick support and stuff, and then a bit of gameplay. I'm not asking for it to be the best game ever. I'm not asking for the most deep game mechanics ever. I'm just... The verdict is, Shumi, that this game is just one of the worst released games in the history of video game history. That's where we're at. Right, I'm going to delete some files and see if it fixes this audio problem. No, well, if the Flight Sim 2012 was Dovetail Games basically trying to rehash Flight Sim X using the same engine and then trying to stick mission stuff in it, but doing it very badly, and it was limited to Hawaii, and I don't think they had any budget, so it's not really a fair comparison. Right, see users, app data. I'm going to try and be calm, guys. Because it's supposed to be a fun video game. I don't know. I don't know why it winds me up so much. I think because it's just so dumb. I think on the scale of dumbness, like the implication with the game is it's supposed to kind of work. Like games can have bugs and there can be problems, and you can have like mechanics that don't operate properly. That's what you'd expect. You don't have to expect to have a MVQ or like degree in IT to just make your video game function. That you shouldn't have to be a game developer to make the game function. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I reckon it's corrupted some files when it first downloaded, which you then would have thought, maybe Microsoft could have a process that lets people reacquire all the core files without having to go into your file directory to delete stuff. It's specific files to delete, which we're going to delete here. Streamed packages. So I think we can just delete all of these. Bloody hell. Let's see how big this folder is. Oh, it's only 1.75. Oh, I've got hiccups now. Like, genuinely, getting this to work has been harder than learning a new synthesizer on Fruity Loops. Right? It's easier to learn music production than it is to play this video game. And we're not even talking about all the stuff for flight sim. Like, a flight sim's pretty hard. Like, flying a plane, if you've never flown a plane, is reasonably complicated. You know, there's quite a bit to get your head around with flying planes and stuff. Yeah, I'd say like 6 months, I think, is probably how long it's going to take before it's not a piece of game. But I haven't got 6 months. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I've moved everything into a backup folder. I mean, next Assetto Corsa Evo's coming out next year, so you what? You remember your 24 hours live stream trying to build my new piece? That didn't happen. Coxie, you've just invented something there. That didn't happen. Like, first of all, I've built like 300 computers. The longest it's ever taken to build a computer is probably 4 hours, and that'll be because I've been doing random shit with it. We would build a whole room in 4 hours, so I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, if you're talking about building a sim rig and doing other stuff whilst live streaming, but that's a whole different thing. Well, that's never happened. No, I think you might be referring to when we moved 3 55-inch OLEDs, a sim rig. Yeah, that's not a PC. That's moving the equivalent of like a simulation center worth of computer equipment. That's not. Yeah, also, my PC, you're missing out the detail that my PC is not your average computer. We have 3 computers, 1 streaming, 2 capture cards, 5 web cameras, 2 different audio devices. It's not... But yeah, no, you can. It depends what you're doing. Like if you're also installing all the software as well. But regardless of that, yeah, but I can tell you're mixing up different aspects of stuff because it doesn't take 12 hours to actually build a computer. Like, unless it's broken, unless you like have faulty components. That's exactly, Jorg. Like, but yeah, no, so there is an aspect. If you've got a game, like, in theory, no, even a water-cooled PC shouldn't take more than 3 hours to build, especially with all-in-one coolers. Yeah, if you buy like the nice thing is if you've got a games console and you know a developer can design for that games console and it should be more plug and play. But unfortunately, the reality with games consoles is that they are messed up really badly in their own way. They didn't used to be. PlayStation 2, I think PS4 was alright actually in many ways. PlayStation 2 was really good. Xbox 360 was pretty good in many ways, but then those would all break after 6 months. When they first came out, shitloads of them had the red ring of death issue. I mean, I even remember doing the towel fix to reseat the solder. It actually worked. But basically, up until like Xbox 360, a games console was genuinely, oh, I've bought a game from the shop, and great, now I can play it. Pretty much, like you might have to do a few updates. Hello, random call sign. However, the problem now with games consoles is I've got a PS5. The issue now is that they're chronically underpowered for most of the games that are put on them, because most of the games are this weird PC and weird console mix. They still have the crazy updating thing going on. They're quite expensive when you consider the monthly fee as well for the online service. So the pricing of a games console's gone up. The initial price of them are quite expensive as well. So the idea of a games console being like, oh, that's great, is basically gone. The only games console that's genuinely good is the Steam Deck. That's it. Because a PlayStation and Xbox, they're great for like Rocket League and I don't know, Call of Duty and stuff. Well, actually, Call of Duty's gone to shit as well. But like, they used to be good for that. But like Rocket League and all those types of games, they will play on like a total potato. which is if you build a PC for those types of games, you'll have no issues at all, and it will work better, and it'll be cheaper than a games console. And you'll have different controllers, and you'll save a load of money, and you'll be able to play every game from history. So it's like the games that are actually good console games all work. Yeah, the Switch is good as well. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I've got a Switch as well. Really good for the games that are on it. But yeah, your sort of Xboxes and your PlayStations, they're in this stupid area of like crappy PC, and then unfortunately they've really damaged PC gaming as well. Whereas the Steam Deck's amazing, absolutely incredible. Like you can play Rocket League and really good games on it, and all those 2D games, indie games. It's amazing, and with that, and it works, and you get the additional options like a PC, but it's more seamless. Yeah, with the design decisions that they make on the PlayStation, the Xbox, like the frame rates are like, there's how many games are on the PlayStation that run at 30 FPS or really badly run at 60 with weird blur and upscaling. It's terrible. Yeah, less cheaters in FPS games is good. Yeah, that's about it really. But then now most of the games have crossplay, so there goes that. Yeah, the thing with a PC generally, and this is what the Steam Deck gets you as well, is that automatically you have like so much more support and options for things. But yeah, I'd say developers are just, I don't know what they're doing. Right, let's see if the sound works here. We've deleted the streaming file, so probably won't, but we'll see. We can't fly this anyway because we can't bind the rudder, but oh dear. We should. I mean, we should be able to play through the single player with the general planes. Like this right now. How is this even vaguely acceptable? Like that wait time is insane. Oh, we got sound. Here we go. That's good. Sounds good. We don't have rudder pedals though. We can use joystick rudder for now. We're going to need to bind that. Well, at least we've got sound. Hopefully that works with everything. It worked with the Chinook when we first loaded in and then broke, so. Oh dear. Yeah, the game can use up to 60 gig of RAM. It's designed to put everything in RAM. Well, yeah, they should have. This game should have really. It feels to me, from my sort of very minimal basic experience of games development, absolute minimum, this game needed 3 more months of complete nightmarish crunch. To be honest, they're probably the studio, like, I don't know, games companies, large games companies are just a mess, generally speaking. So's any large business. But 3 months of insane crunch, entirely focused on stability, single player, usability, you know, playability stuff. 3 months of absolute mental crunch on that. Design-wise, they completely the design. You shouldn't have every single airport available for the single player. It's like the stupidest design. Whoever designed that and thought that was a good idea, they are completely in their head. Like, you have Boomep, thanks for subscribing. They've got specific content at launch and specific custom airfields, and you know that a lot of airfields in real life are not suitable for pilot training and stuff. And you also know a lot of people don't know what would be a good airfield, or what would be a good thing to start with, or what's a long taxiway, or what's a grass strip. People don't know. That's the type of people that are playing through a career mode. They don't know. Advanced pilots who do know that would know, and they wouldn't play the career mode anyway. So why on earth can you pick any airfield for the career mode? It doesn't make any sense. No player even wants that. It's just so dumb. So you should... they should have already have picked the airfield. Also, it means that everybody playing the game goes through the same experience and all has the same memory of going, oh, do you remember that with that first one was at that airfield? It was a shitty airfield, and the developer could then model some stuff there that's a bit silly or interesting, and then you go to bigger airfields as you go through it, right? It's just how they've made airfields. You can make a thing out of that, and why wouldn't you just do that? Why would you go, oh yeah, pick any airfield? It's like, it's basically like someone who thinks the absolute freedom of choice of something supersedes well thought out design. It's like someone that has zero artistic understanding has made some of the design choices. And I hope they're watching, because they should feel like an idiot. That's my feedback for whoever designed some of this. It's a stupid choice. It's so stupid. Like, someone needs to tell them. And I wonder how much of it is... Well, it's a French company. I've talked with the developers. They're really nice people. And I think the key dev team, I think they're trying to do their best. But, like... I don't know if it's corporate culture. You need someone in businesses that just says to people, like this is the thing. Everyone's like, who was the guy in charge of Apple? Was a complete dickhead. What's his face? Steve Jobs, right? Like, this is the one value of having like Elon Musk. He's obviously an idiot and a dickhead, but there is a value to having people in companies that at least are a bit of a dickhead and go, look, I mean, they might be wrong, but at least they, like, the culture of it's got to be like a business cultural thing where people just don't say stuff to each other. And it's weird because I think it's much more of a problem in American companies, and I've noticed talking to people in German businesses, a lot of German businesses are more direct. They still, obviously, it's corporate. The problem is you're working with lots of people. You don't want to step on people's toes. You don't want to lose your job. People want to be nice to each other, and there's lots of technical reasons, there's lots of complexity. Everyone normally is trying the hardest. They're not paid enough and they don't have enough time. So you have that entire context behind stuff. But then the problem is with art... and when it comes to like games design, you need like you need like a really solid thing. You need feedback. I mean, I think the best routine or the best path, if you're going to operate it in a corporate structure, is to generally do what Valve does, where you need the resources so that you can go, right, it's not going to be about an ego thing. We're not really treading on anyone's toes. We're not requiring one person to command how things should be. What we'll do is we will test stuff, and we will take the data from that testing and do data-driven games design. But the problem with that is then the developer needs the time and the structure to be able to execute on that. But the type of problems in Microsoft Flight Sim, it's just not finished, isn't it? I guess you could go, oh, well, picking the whole airfield thing, that could work. But then the rest of the game needs to be finished. So I think the overall issue with Flight Sim is that they've pushed it out 6 months to a year too early. So everything feels like a pre-alpha. The single player stuff that's there, the content delivery, the bugs that are occurring in it are all kind of like alpha type bugs where you've kind of got the structure of the game set and the idea of the game set, but everything hasn't been played through 50, 100 times by QA to then go, all right, okay, this occurs statistically this amount of time, so we need to make sure that doesn't happen. So No, exactly, 100% twitchy. 100%. I don't know what is the reason to get to, first of all, to call it Flight Sim 24, and then why do you need to? Why did they need to make Flight Sim 24? Were they not making enough money from Flight Sim 2000? Did they need a way? But then I think the marketplace of it was making money. I guess maybe they're feeling like it has more potential, but you can't sell a lot of the stuff on the console because the consoles don't have enough space. So you need a new simulator to be able to, and a new platform that allows you to execute the content on the game's consoles, so that you can then monetize the game consoles more. So I think that's probably the motivation, is that they weren't able. This is just me hypothesizing. This could be not true, but I guess I feel like Flight Sim 2020 was not able to be monetized as potentially as much as it could be on the game's consoles, and the marketplace items and the you know, like all the mods and stuff, the payware mods and store stuff couldn't be done on the game's console ultimately, because the game's consoles would run out of space. So you couldn't you couldn't have all that market stuff on the games console, which is the biggest market and the biggest audience. So then therefore you want to get a newer version of the sim as quickly to market that allows you to then monetize the console audience. So that's why they've got to rush to get 24. But then why you can't put it, if you're releasing it on console, if this had a smooth release, like the damage that the release of this has had on console and PC is it must have really damaged this game, the sales potential, because with this game you've potentially got something that's like a Euro Truck Sim. But if everyone's lost faith in the single player and sees it as a joke, I think it's going to take them quite a while to recover that. Yeah, it's just really weird. I'm just trying to understand, because obviously companies try to make money, and clearly what they've done is not the most optimal way of making money. So it's really hard to try and understand the reasoning. Who's the person or people that have really cocked up? Because normally it isn't the developer. They're normally working as hard as they can. They just don't have enough time or resources. So someone higher up in Microsoft or the publisher, presumably, but why? Right, does this seem stupid? In my mind, if I was going to do Flight Sim 24, I would do Flight Sim 24. I'd do what they've done now, but I would do this now, would be early access. I'd launch when I launched to hit, because you'd start marketing, you started everything else, and maybe things get a bit delayed and take longer, fine. But I would launch as an early access PC only for 2024. And it would be an early access, and then it would be called Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 Early Access. You let everyone know, you set expectations, but you're still like, oh, it's amazing. That would actually help advertise it and build up hype. And then you do Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, the full-on launch, and that's when you would get the influencers you do like the helicopter flight and whatever bullshit with influencers, and that's when you would also do the console launch of it. And that would be like 6 to 8 months from now. After you've already done a soft launch on PC. Doesn't that seem like a better way to do things? And then your console version would be more polished as well, presumably. I don't know. I can't. Anyway, I'm playing it though, so I guess there you go. Just treat the customer like shit. We love it. I'm going to bind some controls. Can we not have a game? Can we not have a game come out, guys, that isn't bollocks? Is that too much to ask? Everything is bollocks. That bloody what was it? What was the like LMU bollocks? I get the developer is on a tight thing, whatever. But it was pretty bollocks at launch. What was that game with the shooter Ghost whatever? Grey Zone. Absolutely bollocks. Like doesn't work properly. It judders and lags, and the game mechanics don't make sense. The last Battlefield game, completely bollocks. Like no game design in that at all. No player flow. Complete mess. Janky netcode. Janky player movement. Cheaters. Like it's insane. It's actually crazy. They released it without any HOTAS profiles. I think it carried somehow. Mine seems to have some buns. What I need to do now is link your right. Game runs. What's weird is you can see that there is some like really good technical stuff in this game. Like the physics are massively improved from Flight Sim 2020. The frame generation stuff. Thanks to Joel Ortner getting us set up with that. That's really awesome. That's actually super impressive. The ground handling. There's loads of stuff in this that's really impressive. It seems to run, at least on my system, runs more consistent. You can debate the sort of over, like some aspects of 2020 look better, but well, LMU was just R Factor 2 with some tweaks to it, really. So, I know they put a lot of work into it. Yeah, this doesn't work. We can use this. Well, it's going to be really weird trying to fly a helicopter. Hang on, I think... yeah, this is impossible. Can't fly this without feet.
Houston Tower Air Shuttle 6305, 1 tree miles east inbound ILS runway.
Yeah, and there's no way I can fly this without feet.
Cleared ILS runway 27 approach air shuttle 6305.
I don't seem to have any force feedback. Maybe they've broken that. We've deleted the files. I think it's worked. We might have fixed it. We'll see. It might just only work in the first aircraft. Yeah, you have to use your feet to fly a helicopter. It doesn't make any sense. The physics seem alright though. With this. Like these helicopters should be super easy to fly. The physics seem like it'd be good. Maybe a little bit simplistic, but the helicopters in Microsoft Flight Sim are a little bit stiff flying. But this type of helicopter is a bit, they're quite direct anyway. United 1 cleared ILS runway 27 approach Polaris 17 United 180 I mean, this would be awesome when it all works properly. If we can get the pedal... I mean, I could probably hack the pedals into it using that VJoy stuff. I don't know why my force feedback's not working with this helicopter. I don't feel like there's much ground effect. Let's see. I mean, this is fine though. What is going on? You really need the force feedback really helps. See if it's got the same. The ground effect was a bit weird in 2020 with the default helicopters. Yeah, I mean this seems a lot. This seems a lot more predictable in ground effect. It's nice and twitchy though, which is good. So I can't fly a helicopter with a joystick with yaw. I'm so used to using feet. Yeah, I mean, you can nitpick over the physics, but it's got like some depth to it. There's no way I can't. I just can't be precise using my hand for yaw. It doesn't seem like there's the ground effect seems a lot weaker. Oh my god, it's so hard to fly with a joystick. Yeah, I think that's... So this should be quite easy to do, is to like... You have enough collective so that you have enough to keep the helicopter floating in the ground effect, basically. And so you can hold the collective, and the helicopter kind of self-balances because of the ground effect. It'll go up. That means that the ground effect is diminished, which so it'll fall down again. And so the helicopter, you can then taxi. You see how it, and that's good doing that behaviour. It's good. And so that's how it's quite easy to taxi in a helicopter. Once you've got the collective, that's all the blades set correctly, then you can just follow a line. It should be quite easy, you know. And then if you go faster forwards, you'll start getting more lift because you've got forward momentum. So it's more about the forward speed will affect how much height you have, because it starts behaving more like a gyrocopter the faster forwards you go. Oh, that's awesome. This is with no force feedback. This was really, in the previous flight sim, when you tried doing this with Microsoft helicopters, it was super weird. The flying side helicopters were quite good, but the Microsoft helicopters were so weird. The patch was more just fixing some crashes, Hell Knight. And this is snappy and responsive, which is good. I think the physics are massively improved in this over the previous one. Or maybe it's not just the physics, maybe it's just how the stuff's implemented. This is the thing, is like a helicopter isn't hard to fly if you've got a good general feel for what's going on. Mind you, it just seemed to be auto. I don't know, I'm using a really nice joystick, so that probably helps. The patch was more to do with just game crashes and some single player stuff. I wish we could have the rudder pedals. I mean, that's what's frustrating with this. If you had, if it all worked, the external sounds are good as well. Look at that. There's moments and it's like, oh, this is amazing, and then, oh fuck, why did they release it so 6 months too early? Is there turbulence from the back of the plane? I wonder if it does the so another bug in 2020 was there was this weird binary on off from when you're touching the ground and when you're in the air. The problem with the pedals is, because I'm using flight sim pedals, with the helicopters, with the planes, you combined a left and right rudder axis for the rudder. But for some reason, the helicopters only have a single axis. So the only way to get it to work will be to do the VJoy hack. With the aeroplanes, you can bind the like you can have left axis and the right axis, and that way that's like 1 to 100, 1 to 100. Whereas if they're together, these act like a single. Yeah, it's dumb that they've got it working with the planes. So it's so stupid, and that it worked in Flight Sim 2020. Well, no, even in an aircraft, it's a single. Well, they're in modern jet planes. They're probably fly by. Well, yeah, it'll just be each pedal could be totally separate, but they're normally physically connected in everything. Right, we can do the career though. I don't know why my force feedback's not working now though, so that's good. It says it's connecting. Maybe it's because it's a helicopter. Yeah, the update to the game might have broken the force feedback. Let's try a plane. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. The thing is, the physics are good, or good, more than good enough. So you just need the missions. Yeah, yeah. As someone said, this game is like, it's like 3 steps forwards, 2 steps backwards. But in completely arbitrary areas, and that's a big mistake that sim devs make, and I can see why it happens, you know, because not all development is like connected, but it's something that you really. If I was again, the reality is things just can't be planned perfectly, and life is and stuff's terrible. But you would presumably, for a sim, you have like a list of 100 absolute core features that are like the mission statement for your simulator, and probably even like 20, which are things that you go, right, these things cannot be worse in the next game. And you know, it'd be stuff like the underlying physics, in the driving sim it'd be like underlying physics, netcode, force feedback, the base graphical fidelity, you know, you'd be like, right, these things cannot be degraded. And then you could have a whole bunch of stuff where you go, like, so some aspects of graphics, you might go, right, these things could be degraded in compromise because we need to degrade these things to be able to do better with the physics. So let's say you're going to do rain, or, you know, you're going to have way more advanced other systems, tire model, rain and what have you. You might have to go, okay, well, as a result of that, we have to lower some aspects of the graphical fidelity. But even within graphical fidelity, you would actually have, again, a list of stuff where you go, right, these are a list of things that can't be compromised. So for a graphics engine, you'd be like, for a driving sim, draw distance of shadows. The sharpness of the image and anti-aliasing. VR support. Triple screen support. You know, there'd be a list. So you do this for every single component of a project. You do this with any project. You have your sort of top. There's the top 15, 20 things that you just cannot compromise on, or if you do compromise on, it's like an absolute like end of the world type scenario. The reality, what happens is, someone goes, hang on, we can make more money doing this shit. Ah, fuck it, okay. Right. Let's see if I can get this. Let's see if the joystick force feedback's working with the plane. It's business. It's interesting, isn't it, how capitalism works really well initially, and when there's lots of competition and for innovation initially, but it doesn't take long for capitalism to start the general structures of just profiteering. It doesn't take long for it to go from a beneficial thing to a massively detrimental thing. So like in early business and small business, capitalism can work really well to focus design, development, resources, to focus a company working on something where there's a niche. It can work fantastic, but it doesn't. A company doesn't even need to get that big before it all totally breaks, and it just turns into extracting money at the detriment to the product. I wouldn't even describe it as a console game, Richard. That's what's weird. I don't think this services console players that well as a console game. I think it's sort of... It's in a weird position. It's like worst of both worlds. It's like when Microsoft tried to do a touchscreen user interface with Windows. Or like, yeah, it's exactly like Windows 11, where you have like the start bar stuff. The organisation of the control panels. So rather than it being like, oh, we've simplified it, we think all our users are going to be noobs using a tablet, so we've made all the icons big, and we've there's only the basic options that you really need to change. What's happened is it's like, oh yeah, you still as a user need to access these options, but now you have to go through this shitty user interface that doesn't get you what you want, and then you have to click to another user interface that doesn't get you what you want, and then you have to go to another page where you can select it, but then you're going to have to actually use a different type of user interface to go back to another thing. It's like... Oh dear. But for some reason... Why is my parking brake not set? Is it not? What? Why won't my parking brake come off? Okay. That's weird. My joystick's not working. That's strange. Yeah, I think the update's messed up the... Because it's connected. Oh, there we go. That's weird. Got force feedback now. I mean, it feels incredible. With the force feedback joystick, the game feels absolutely incredible. And the way these planes fly is really nice, these light aircraft. And also the frame generation. This plane is like all automatic throttle. I mean, like, look at this terrain. Looks incredible. Contrast is a bit bright though. I need some shades. Stalker 2 is broken as well. I mean, right, so part of me thinks, oh, maybe I'm just being too demanding and unreasonable. But I'm not. I'm not. Like, I really don't think I am. Like, the games nowadays, the publishers and the developers hide in the complexity, and they go, wow, games are so complicated these days. It's so much harder. And it's like, okay, but that's beside the point. It's like a films have got way more complicated. You know, way more people working on them, way more special effects, way more departments, much higher resolution. You know, but you still, like, films are still, like, the story's got shit, but the technical execution of a film normally works. George, they lost the licensing to some of the satellite data, I believe. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they've compressed some of it more as well. I know what you mean. That's what I definitely I agree. But you could probably actually recover some of the imagery with some settings, I'd have thought, to make it pop more, especially at this altitude. Is it the most complicated simulator? In some ways. I mean, the force feedback... George, you got the force feedback working on your stick yet? Flap over... I've turned my throttle down. These bloody planes have too many automatic things in them. Where's the airfield? Oh, there it is. He's still waiting for the mount. Oh, no. I mean, these planes that have, like, automatic power control throttle stuff on them drive me crazy. Like, I want to... I like the throttle to directly link to how much speed we're getting. You don't think it's fair to compare game development to movie production? Why not? No. Well, it is. They're two different things, but it's fair to say that, like, you can compare anything. It's like car production to game production or whatever. Yeah, there's lots of shit films, but you know what I'm saying? Like what's got shit with films is more to do with the stories. Oh, look at that, that's cool. I don't know if that's on purpose, but it's skidding and the wheels are gripping and ungripping. Yeah, Eddie Coward, how is that relevant though? At the end of the day, a game is still a product. It doesn't matter if it's passive or active. Like you'd then have a conversation on, is it a good film or a good game, or is it particularly interactive or not? But the conversation isn't about the differences between the end product. Yeah, but games did always work. I don't see what the problem is. You're making an argument that just because a film is baked into, like, you know, it just at runtime it's a baked final thing. So once you've got to runtime, you've already baked a linear experience. You're then making an argument that you can't possibly compare that to, I don't know, a theme park roller coaster, a video game, or, you know, a restaurant. The point would be is that it doesn't matter if it's a baked linear final experience. The point would be is that the final experience just needs to work. So it doesn't really matter with a game. And also you have examples. It's not like games never worked. Historically, very complex games still worked. It's a choice, isn't it? It's like a... Yeah, I think you're making like a fallacious argument based off the idea, like you're saying because it's you're basically saying because it's a different medium you can't make the comparison at all, but you obviously can. Logically speaking, you can compare different things that you can compare the specific components of different things even if the end output is different. Yeah, but we're not having a conversation on the difficulty of making a game versus the difficulty of making a film, or the difficulty of presenting a film versus the difficulty of presenting a game. Actually, you can actually draw even direct parallels with that, because cinemas present films differently. You have like scan and pan, and you have different home users. You have people who use cinemas, people watching on mobile phones. You have distribution through Netflix. You have distribution through whatever, but that's all beside the point to the actual argument, which was more about just a product that actually fundamentally works. It's more about the development component of the product, i.e. despite films getting more technical, larger, more expensive, the end result has generally been more consistent in terms of the output. The art of it could have been shit, the story could be shit, but the actual output is generally being fairly consistent. Whereas in video games, we've seen a devolution in the final output. Like the point at which someone goes, right, this is ready for consumption, has been degraded. Right, we're going to go through the career mode. So yeah, you go, yeah, games are in many ways they're different and they are more complex than films in many ways. However, the real question is, if it's more complex and harder to make, well, it's just going to take longer and more resources, or you have to make sure it works before you launch it. Yeah, no one's saying that games have never had issues, but the degree to which issues are accepted by publishers has got worse and worse and worse. So what? The issue is you've got more shit from AAA publishers. sort of the businesses.
The pace car is out of control.
Businesses that are in a position not to do anti-consumer releases are doing anti-consumer releases. But that's well, I don't even know what you're saying, Eddie. They are two different things. It wasn't even what we were talking about. The point, I think it's a fair argument to say, despite the complexity and cost increases in films, and films using God knows what techniques to actually produce the end resulting film, the end resulting film product, you know, it has to be in focus generally. It has to play and not stop playing in the cinema. It has to run. Do you know what I mean? There's like a basic threshold that's accepted for film. Generally the audio. Oh, mind you, bloody what's his face? Who did Inception? For him, apparently audio can be whatever. But generally speaking, the frame rate, the camera lenses, the audio, the surround sound, the resolution, you know, generally speaking, a film has to, before it's like published, generally speaking, the threshold of where you go, all right, this can be published, is kind of locked in to the point where it not, if you go and watch a film, even a shit film, at least you are watching something. Whereas the threshold for video games, they're published at a point where you can't even play, you can't even access it. Like, from an artistic perspective of actually playing the thing, it doesn't even, you can't even consume it. It's like it's, that's what I'm saying. The acceptable threshold for, so the, where we agree is the acceptable, it's going to be easier to hit the acceptable threshold for a film, for sure, because it's a less complex thing and it's not active. So like, that's going to make it easier in many ways. However, there is an acceptable threshold, but the acceptable threshold for video games for some reason has been like, profiteering is probably the reason. It's been pushed further and further back to the point now where you have games that come out where you can't even run them. Even if you spent thousands of pounds on equipment. You can't blame the consumer counter debate. Because people don't have free will, they've been brainwashed, so. It's agile! Right, we're going to do the career mode. AAA fully featured rant. Yeah, but, the want it now demand is only because a developer has started advertising the product. Like, and that's not a new concept, is it? So like Valve, for example, don't mention their products until they're ready to launch. It doesn't seem like that's a particular, if you're Microsoft or Valve or if you're a huge developer, publisher, this doesn't need to make money, you know, you don't need to make the money to just survive because you're operating at a different scale. Well, you don't announce the product until it's ready. Do you know what I mean? Like, why would you even announce it? Like Valve haven't announced their next VR headset or whatever, God knows what they're doing. And you might be like, oh, that's annoying, I want another Valve game. Yeah, as soon, so that's exactly what Theus has said. As soon as a company asks for money for a product, then they should legally, it should be in the law that they have to actually offer the product that they're marketing. It's pretty normal business, like that's normal. But I think it's the what's happened is the complexity of video games has allowed developers to take advantage of that to then skirt the law of what's a base consumer product, and so legally people find it hard to dispute culturally people are like, oh, I had fun playing it. This YouTuber had fun. Oh well, you know. And so that complexity has allowed them to hide, allow them to get away with stuff that's really quite damaged from the perspective of someone that has a basic understanding of what should and shouldn't work. Judge the children. The children went no. So the loot boxes was from games companies realizing again that they could use video games to exploit ethics and law to basically make money out of gambling and taking advantage of humans' weakness for gambling and those sorts of base human instincts that can be exploited, and then finding a loophole that allows them to promote gambling to children. Which they know that that's what they were doing. That's the thing. But, you know. Rants. Right, we're doing missions here. Like, how do we continue the career? We've got missions, and that's how you earn credits. And then, we're doing specializations. Ferry flight, let's do this. But what's really weird... Hang on, is this locked? I don't understand. How do I actually start it? Oh. No.
The pace car is out of control.
Like, what is this user interface? How am I supposed to know... It's not... it's locked, but if I click it, it doesn't look like it's locked. It's just a horrendous design. So I've unlocked one, but we've done this. So, past. So, but I've not unlocked another. So actually, I don't have one unlocked. There's none to do. So why is it telling me that there's one unlocked? And we've got one pass. We just have to do... Oh no, can we do this? I thought we did this. Unlocks. Take exam. I thought we've already done that. Has it forgotten? Greyed out doesn't mean greyed out anymore. Have we passed this? It's not got a tick on it. Okay. What a... Oh yeah, no, this crashed last time, I think. And we gave up. Ah, dear. Oh, we're going to get the voice. Oh yeah, it crashed on this screen last time. Right. I hope everyone's alright. Welcome to the stream, guys. I don't... Oh, are we ready? I never complain. I think I'm reasonable to complain about these things, though. Like, I don't think the stuff that I complain about is mental. do you know what I mean? Why is it not letting me pick the chocks off? What? Oh, I had to get my mouse on the screen. I'm a Jedi.
Welcome to your CPL check ride, the last stop on your way to become a true professional pilot. For this check ride, you will complete a cross-country flight through Los Angeles County, taking off from Van Nuys Airport and then landing at Bob Hope Airport. You can start when you are ready.
I bound a button. We need
Van
to.
Nuys ground, Cessna November 766905, request taxi for east departure with Papa.
Cessna November 766905 taxi to and hold short of runway 16 right using taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie. Contact tower on 120.2 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 16 right via taxiway Alpha 1 Charlie Cessna 6905.
I'm gonna bind the enter button. Controls. What is it? What's the I can't search for enter because I can't search for enter because it's will press enter. Great design again. But when it comes up, I'll remember what it's called. Doug, it's called Twitch. It's a really good plugin. Yeah, it's something like confirm, but it isn't exactly that. What is it? It just says press enter. Is it affirmative? Hello, John Hartley.
Cessna November 766905 altimeter 29.902 departure to the east approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right. Cleared for takeoff runway 16 right Cessna 6905.
Acknowledge, okay. We need to bind that to the joystick. See, this would also, you'd have thought this would be an opportunity for Microsoft to show off voice communication. And you having to say, it shows the script on the screen for what you need to say. And that would be part of the game. Right? Can you use voice control for this? But then that it should say the script. It should say, you now say this. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be like really impressive? Maybe you can do that. Take off. Let's just take off. Because that's a... If your goal is a simulator, one of the hardest parts of flying, and one of the things that's difficult to get to grips with, is the communication. It's harder than actually flying the plane. Saying all the correct stuff. Bloody hell, what is going on? Tipping over there. It's really weird. I've seen that, yeah. I've seen the mod. Yeah, we almost put the propellers into the floor there. Didn't even tell us to put our flaps up. We had our flaps down by accident.
695, continue for east departure.
Van Nuys Tower, Cessna November 766905, continue.
What does that
for east
beeping
departure.
mean? What's the beeping? Isn't that like a collision warning for if you're in the path of another plane? Pizza's ready. It's reversing. Missile inbound. Flares, deploy flares. Sounds like the beeping you get if you point your plane at another aircraft. I can't remember. What's it called? It's not MCAS, is it? What's it called? TCAS. Yeah. That's what it sounded like. There was a white thing flashing on the screen, but it disappeared when I was trying to look at it. Wow. She looks depressed. At least you can speak English though. Take the positives. Shalom. Sure, I turned these gates off.
Cessna 6905, leaving my airspace frequency change approved.
Van Nuys Tower, Cessna November 766905,
How do I turn these
frequency change.
these gates off? Because I'm pretty sure I did already. I think the physics of this are great. To be honest, is this Los Angeles on the right? There's a bind. Okay. Oh, okay. Key. I wondered what they were. I was on a passenger jet and I saw these blue bars flying past the window. Oops. I forgot to...
Cessna November 766905, Burbank Tower. Altimeter 29.902.
Ah, no. Get told off for using my flaps.
500. Fly straight in runway 8 Cessna 6905.
We're coming in way too hot. The gates are really stupidly positioned as well. Oh well. Bit of a heavy landing, but the gates are really badly positioned. It was a military landing.
6905, you were not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
What? Why was I not cleared to land? Is it just bugged out? And now it's telling me to hold it? What's going on?
Cessna 6905, you were not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
What? But I was. It is yes, number 50. What's going on? It's totally bugged out.
Cessna 6905, you were not cleared to land. Clear the runway.
Old short, hang on.
Cessna 6905 contact ground on 12 tree decimal 9.
It's messed up. That wasn't we didn't land on the taxiway. Harrison Ford. What on earth?
12 tree decimal 9 Cessna 6905. Burbank ground Cessna November 7.
It's so broken.
Taxi to parking.
All things considered, it's a great game, but it's not though, is it? Like, it's a great engine.
Taxiing to general aviation parking using taxiway Bravo Cessna 6905.
It's a good game engine in many ways. It's a technical thing, but it's as a game, it's completely broken. Like we just got told off it. If you landed on a runway without clearance in real life, good luck being a pilot. You would be. You're not gonna go in a plane very quickly after that. I don't think you're gonna you'd get absolutely ramshackled by the what is it, FAA in America, Federal Aviation Authority. What do we have in the UK? The Lidl. CAA, what does it stand for? The TEA. What's this building in front of us? The Great Wall of Los Angeles.
You performed great today. Keep the same attitude, and I'm sure that you will have great piloting career.
We performed great, but we illegally landed on a runway we didn't have clearance for. Congratulations, you broke all aviation laws and the most important rule. 100%. Respect the flight plan, 99%. What? Well, they take safety seriously in America. Right. Allows you to fly an aeroplane for financial compensation.
Congratulations. Now you are able to earn money for completing missions.
Tailwing endorsement. Okay, someone in chat said we should do that, so we will. Because it's probably the most fun aircraft. I'm gonna get something to eat quickly though. Well, which can I do one and then the other? Should I do this one first and then do this one? We need to bind some buttons actually. What was it called? Accept? Acknowledge. No. It's not. Not acknowledge. Right. Oh, confirm. Yeah, maybe. No, incorrect. Well, we're going to scroll through them all. It must be on radio, right? Oh, yeah. For enter on here. What? Quick replay is enter. Oh, quick reply. Quick reply. Obviously, that's what I'd search for. That's the first thing that you would search for, isn't it? Quick reply. Yeah. That's logically what you would have, because everybody knows in piloting people say quick reply. They don't say confirm, acknowledge, accept, or roger. No, quick reply. That's for 100%. That's what people will be looking for. Bloody hell. Yes, and if you click search by input and you press enter, it messes up. So, don't think we didn't try that already, Rise, you tit. What? Stupid. Come on. Bloody this game. Right, here we go. Where was it? Was it quick reply, right? And then we do, I'm going to bind it to this button, so I'd have to keep pressing my keyboard. What was the skip option as well? What was that called? What is it on here? Oh, it's not on here. There was a command to skip, like Control N, I think it was. Yeah, or Alt N. But why is it not on here? It's not in communications, is it? Oh, we can search for that because it's not. No, it won't let us. Oh, here we go. Next flight phase. What can we bind that to? I'll bind it to this. Next flight phase. This game. I thought flying's meant to be relaxed. Honestly, this game. This game. Oh, God. Like, I really like flight sims. And I really like flying. And I really like force feedback joysticks. But Microsoft and Asobo have managed to package this in, like, the most moronic way possible. It's like right, Rise, when are we doing a well, you can't, where are we going flying to? I said, I'm near London. You're gonna kill me. I'm gonna die in your plane. A YouTuber was killed when one of their viewers flew them into a building. It turned out that they'd misbound the buttons after playing Microsoft Flight Sim 24. Accidentally binding the open all windows and door button to the rudder pedals. Well, how could we make it into a good YouTube video? How can we make it into a good YouTube video? What would you do? Well, we're gonna do a tailwind. I'm just gonna grab something to eat quickly. I'll bring it down. Weirdly, I don't get motion sickness in real planes because it all matches up. I get motion sick when it's sim sickness, and it's sickness when I'm not controlling stuff, or like if you're, you know, or like someone's driving a real car badly. But if I'm in a car with someone that can drive, like on a track, and they're a good driver, it all makes sense because they're doing what I would do, and or like what I'd expect them to do. They died looking for the limit. Oh, thanks, Florin Bear. Yeah, we could give that a go. We could recreate biplane faceplant. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm just gonna get something to eat quickly because I'm starving. And we'll continue the career. It's going well. It's going well so far. Who in chat is enjoying the despair? Oh yeah, George, you have to press Q. Yeah, you have to press Q to change the camera, and then you get the hover camera. And did they test the game for motion sickness? You have to think. I noticed that already. It's really bad. Right, back in a minute, guys. Ah, computer's not crashed. That's good. Chair muscle. Igor, thanks for following the channel.
The pace car is out of control.
Look at that. I've ruined the stream for him. He was like, oh, God, I was enjoying the chair. Oh, do like a bit of chair. It's time for some vegetable fish couscous. Nothing better. This is the Game of Muscle Airways food of choice. Have you guys ever been on a plane when they've said they can't serve peanuts because someone's got peanut allergy? Is the game playable? Oh yeah, it's perfect. It's playable, but it's got some stupid bugs in it. The fish is made out of fish. But there's no such thing as a fish. I don't know if we should do the instrument rating, guys, or if we do the tail wheel endorsement. Also, I kind of want to set up Steam recording. I wonder how long it will take them to fix the rudder pedals for helicopters. Uh, 3D Iceland, maybe. SBZ, every game mode kept loading the BBT cert flight. Yeah, you were stuck in a time loop. You were playing the Star Trek Next Generation version of the game, where you travel back in time to mid 2000s, and yeah, you were it was Quantum Leap, Groundhog Edition. Actually, genius, really. McCann Gaming.
The pace car is out of control.
Hang on, McCann Gaming. We found her! We found her, guys! We found her! Guys! We found her! We found her! Call the police! We found her! Oh dear. Too soon? Oh dear. You crash a desktop whenever you load into a flight. I thought that was pretty funny. Anyone else made that joke for you, McCann? A brand new one for you. No? Wow. I should have. It's the most obvious joke to make. Right. If you have, let's say you have £250,000, how fast could you get a pilot's license? A commercial pilot's license? Can you do it in 3 months? I think there are services that do it in like really accelerated pilot's license programs. But I think they're like 300,000. I still think it's like 6 months to a year. We're going to do the tail wheel endorsement, I think. Someone said to do the instrument rating, but tail wheels are most fun. 5,000 credits. 10,000. I only have 500 credits. What? Does this mean I can't afford to do it? Ah, no. How do I get more credits? Ah. Gotta do some missions. Oh, hang on. We've got ferry flight is unlocked now. Fair enough. Back to Cornwall we go. What? Why are we zooming out? Is this going to be at night? Because it's night time in real life. What do we do? First flight. I want to do a ferry mission. No, these are... Why can't I do a ferry mission? Oh, here we go. How much will I get paid? Tell me how much I'm getting paid for this work. Mr. Kilmec. We've not tried them, Mr. SPZ. Hang on. Can't he walk it? It's only 10 miles. Why does he need to be ferried in a plane? Could drive.
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, we need to just play. It's his plane that needs to be flown back. Danny, thanks for following the channel. Welcome. Fine. I'm refilled. Julia! I only get 800 credits. Okay. We're doing it though. at my plane. Okay. Do we need this intro every single time? Every single time we have to have just a walk up to the plane?
Hello, it's Julia Reichert. Thanks for accepting the job.
Hello?
I'm your contact here.
Julia.
Today's lucky bird heading to Nijmegen is this charming little 172 Skyhawk. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Michael Klimek. Now give this beautiful bird the VIP treatment it deserves. Take care.
Crashed. Proper grass strip here, guys. This looks nice. D-Man, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't had any problems at all with this game. I totally haven't had to learn what the specific file structure of the game is and then delete very specific files hidden in a folder that's 10 levels down in order to fix the audio due to a very specific audio bug that requires us to restream and download the files again. I totally haven't been able to play any helicopters because it doesn't have the pedal binding that it actually has for the aircraft. We totally haven't had any weird graphical issues. We haven't had any game crashes. We haven't illegally landed on a runway but got a full-on A 100% pass despite illegally landing on a runway. We haven't had the pilot talking some gibberish language. Did you see the video, D-Man, I did of the co-pilot? Shum 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 shum. Shimmy shimmy shum. Shimmy shimmy shum 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 shimmy shum. How, what, I mean, unbelievable, isn't it? Grass is nice though. Grass looks great, so I'm giving this a 10 out of 10. I think it's just a you problem, D-Man. I think the problem is that you can't cope. Unless it's a go-kart. I've seen what you're like on hills, and this game is full of hills. Where are we going? What's that in the distance? Oh, it's a building. Why is there a building there? Okay, fair enough. Seems like a weird place to have that kind of a building, but... well. Turn around. Every now and then. Turn around. Oh! I'm turned. The turning circle's well bad. Okay, take off. Let's go. Yeah, this runway's a bit bumpy and airborne. Bit early, but that'll do. Hey, we need to turn those markers off. Bloody hell, there's a village on the left. Where are we? We're on top of a hill, see? Didn't even notice. Oh, we got the planner on the left, that's cool. The Garmin. Turn around. Oh, why do we don't want these markers? Could someone tell me how to turn these markers off? I'm sure we disabled them in the options. Nugendunen. Where are you flying to today? Nugendugen. Durka durka. Durka durka durka. L3 on the controller. Well, that's good. I'm using a keyboard. Someone find out what the keyboard key is. Right, that's a good idea, yeah. It's nice of you. Look at that. The grass was a bit long. I think grass would be a little bit more trimmed on a... No, Dim. Well, why would you want that option to allow people that have already set their controls up to import them into another game? Are you stupid? Like, that's half of a flight sim. Most players, 80% of their playtime is binding controls. They don't actually fly the planes. Are you an idiot? I have to do the workaround. It's a nice view. We love gates. I feel like I'm playing like a science fiction game. Toggle virtual assistant button. No, but I want the I want those markers. Right.
The pace car is out of control.
That's random. Interesting they've gone for blue screen of death as a colour. Exactly, Skackers. Hello, Fat Dan Gaming. Fat Dan Gaming. Welcome. It won't let me turn it off. It won't let me turn it off. Oh. Bind. Control. Toggle visual assistance. What do I put it on? Ah, it turns all of it off. Oh well. So much more immersive with it all off, though. Yeah, we've got the purple line both on there and on the screen. Actually, I need to change my pilot height as well because I keep having to adjust it. It's well annoying. I think it's Control 1 to save default camera. The annoying thing with this aircraft is if you want to see over the engine, you really want to be about here. But when you're landing, you want to be able to see the engine cowling. It's a really good reference. In real life, you can just peer over. You have high vertical field of view, so in real life, you'd be like this. That makes sense. And then you'd be able to see everything. I'm the Crabbit wife. I'm the idiot who bought the game after seeing you struggle with it the other day. Playing fairly smoothly now. Quite impressed. Don't encourage them. Don't encourage the Microsoft. No, there's moments where it's really good. Right, we need that to be slightly lower. Let's go for 70. That's better. Yeah, no, aspects of it are absolutely amazing. And then other aspects are absolutely ruin everything. Look at this, terrain's crazy. The contrast is a bit too bright, weirdly though. I don't know how we can turn that down. Things look a bit iridescent and washed out. The colours are a bit too much. Looks a bit like how War Thunder looked. Oh, I've got to press end. Hang on. Shit. What button was it? Ah! There we go. Where was the traffic pattern? Oh, I see. Okay, we're flying over here. Yeah, see, that's... The markers are so weird in this. Better to follow the one on the little Garmin. They should have PP filters, shouldn't they? How is this final approach working? How do you know the altitude of your markers? Or does it tell you the height? Whitey corner plays, hello! The lower right key on the Garmin. Which is the lower right key? You mean the screen on the right hand screen? Yeah, we go to Twitch and YouTube. Mr. UT Corner Plays. We should probably set up a TikTok or something as well. Maybe something that's, I don't know, like Instagram maybe. I think Instagram's not too bad as far as social media goes. The last function, you on about this screen at the bottom? You think it's this?
The pace car is out of control.
Then, I don't know how you line it up. Thanks for following, welcome. These seem like very tight turns. And then these gates are really high. Is that the runway? No. What on earth? What's the... Thanks for subscribing. What's the speed for flaps then in this normally?
Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic Cessna Delta. Foxtrot Mike Alpha Quebec is on final runway 27 to land.
Mowed the lawn on this one a bit more than the other one. Oh, we got to go all the way back there. What's the speed limit on a taxiway? We're doing all right. We managed to, I think we fixed the audio by deleting all the streaming files. We can't bind helicopter rudders. There's been some silly bugs, but it's been all right. But when it works, it's enjoyable.
Echo Delta Romeo Delta traffic Cessna Delta. Foxtrot Mike Alpha Quebec is taxiing to parking.
Oh, there's some gliders there. That's cool. They're like the little glider containers. You can buy a glider well cheap. Normally you just rent them, I think, but it's cool how you can fit a glider in a trailer and tow it to an airfield behind your car, and then glider flying. I think is amazing.
I'm sure the trip had its challenges, but I hope my plane didn't take too much of a beating. Thanks for your hard work.
It's broken, mate. Your plane's knackered, mate. I smashed it. That was alright. That was a nice view. I mean, so the thing is, having missions does give you like some structure and some reason to fly in different locations. which is all you really need, really, isn't it? It's like, oh, that's nice. I'm flying around these different places and I'm getting some XP. You know, that is really good. Get a little rating. Oh, we didn't quite get S though because I extended my flaps too fast. What did you guys say the flap speed is? Oh man, we need to get so many credits. Hang on, why is my employer getting 7,000 credits? Oh, white line on the speed tape. Why is he getting... Why is my employer taking this much? What on earth? Worst employer ever. What kind of deal is this? Well, we have like the negotiational skills of like a McDonald's chip operator. Bloody hell. Yeah, it is Canada. It's almost as if that, isn't it? It's his plane. Well, yeah, but still.
I see you've made good progress so far. I think you will need a space of your own. You can take this desk. It's been empty for a while.
Oh, wait. You didn't give that to me whilst it was empty. You've waited. He's like, it's been empty. I've seen you sat on the sofa like a tit. But no, now I've come to think of it, I have a desk that you can have. What a knob! What an idiot! I thought I'd mention it after you've done a few jobs. There's a desk you can use. Jesus Christ. Alright. Oh, look at that desk. Thank you. Wow. Really appreciate it. On second thoughts, I don't think I want to be a pilot. Hang on, what's going on here? Flight seeing. Oh, okay. So these are just unlocked. These are just things that you get. Oh, bloody hell. Do we get more credits for doing those? Should we do flight sim one? Preach. Right, why are you, Rise? What's wrong with you? Hang on, doesn't tell you how much money you get? Oh yeah, 2,470 credits. Plane transfer for Mrs. Batterman. Mrs. Batterman. Ah, my name's Mrs. Batterman. Mrs. Batterman. Ah, Mrs. Batterman. We want what's got the most credits? 2,700. Here we go. Let's do this one. 1 hour. Christ. I know this might be quick. 45 minutes. No. 30 minutes. Can we not organise by time? Or credits that we earn? No, that's too much to ask for. Like credit to. Why can't we organise by credits to time? 3,000 returning a Skyhawk to home base. That's the job to go for. Then we'll do that one. Yeah. It's less broken, but still broken. We're doing this one. 3,200. Who's this for? Willie's Baden. What should you do now? Just steal another one, Liam. I don't know. It's not happened to me yet. We're going to start a union. What's happened here? What's going on with these clouds? Mrs. Pitsk, who sent her precious plane away for maintenance, is wait. Is this Rise? Is this what it's like in real life? It's just thousands of people wanting their planes delivered. Is that what it really is? Being a pilot, it's like. You're actually just a plain postman. You're just a plain postman. I mean, the thing is, if you think about it, it's kind of funny with pilots. You know, like jet pilots. They're basically bus drivers. They're like boat drivers. And it's funny that they clap every time they land. It's like you don't clap your taxi driver when they do a 3-point parking, which is harder than landing a passenger jet, let's be honest. Uber the airways, right. Ensure aircraft land smoothly. Bloody hell. Look at that haircut. Well, I mean, what on earth? It's definitely not a wig. Well, that's what I'm saying, D-Man. So it's really funny that people like think of it as an amazing thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think planes are awesome, but it's funny that pilots have this like, as if it's the 1950s. So like, this all started because nobody wanted to go flying. Back in the like 1930s and 40s, flying was insane. Like a large number of planes crashed. It was uncomfortable. It was noisy. You know, so in the 60s and 70s, there was like this whole thing about, oh, it's luxurious, and so they had to make a whole thing about, you know, the attractive air hostesses and the uniforms, and then the pilots are really well trained, and you know the pilots are the best people in the world. And the reason they did that wasn't because, I mean, they're good, like you have to not be an idiot to be a pilot, but they made out that they were like brain surgeons to make it so that passengers would be like, oh, we feel safe. It was to offset the fact that it wasn't safe. And people still have like still believe in that. Do you know why my plane randomly pulls up? In free cam, in open world, it randomly starts pulling up, and then after like 5 seconds you can aim down again. It sounds like your controller might be disconnecting. Some kind of controller issue. It shouldn't do that. It could be an issue with the trim. There might be like an auto trim thing that's broken. There could be like a button that's causing it. Does sound like a weird... Yeah, I mean, pilots have to not be idiots, but some of them are. Like, this is the other thing that people... It's exactly the same with motorsport, where people assume that, oh, someone's a race driver, they must be good at driving. It's like, well, yeah, a lot of pilots, you know, to get past all the stuff, you know, there's a lot of qualifications. But as you will see if you watch a lot of the pilot incidents, and especially if you're looking at like rural people with doing random crop dusting and like Alaska, like sailplanes and weird stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of terrible pilots that do really stupid
Michael
shit.
Here. Thanks for stepping up for this ferry flight. This newly upgraded 172 Skyhawk needs to get to V-Spot and AAF. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, she wants it flown back. She is already waiting for it. Her name's Mrs. Anna Peach.
Anna
Treat
Peach.
this beauty like it's your own. See you.
Wow, you sounded human. Anna Peach. How do we... so what's the setting on this Garmin to get us...
TOS system test. Okay.
We're going to run these guys over. What are they doing? Idiots! Whoa. Tough shit. Donk, bonk, bonk. Wow, they're totally chill. Look. Oh, wait, we've scalped him. It would have been well good if they ducked. You could have programmed that in. That would have looked amazing. They had a duck animation, and that would have been like really shockingly good. Oh well, another opportunity missed. Presumably you could, that wouldn't be too hard to do. You'd be like, oh, if within X distance of plane, duck. D-Man, I think what you're doing there is you're unfairly suggesting that there might be a lot of bugs in this game, and I think that's really just another example of your character and negativity that I think you've picked up from living in Germany. Do you know what I mean? It's just not positive. And I, as a result, I've let Asobo know, and that's it. They're never going to work with you. So my first passenger was literally stuck in the wing. Yeah, because you did a wing walking flight, obviously. Pay attention. Was it an Indian aeroplane? Yeah, you might not know this, but it's like the trains. When the plane's full, they stand on the wings like instead of the roof. Imagine if that was the truth. We're gonna go all the way down here and then stop an Old Shore. But we're holding short on the runway. Yeah, what's the maximum taxi speed we can do? Oh! We found it! Oh, bloody hell. Will we dock some points for that? There's no speed there on the aircraft when you're on the ground. Yeah, we just got told off, right, so... Shows how much you know. Jogging speed. Well, you don't know how fast I jog, do you? Jogging speed of a human or a cheetah? All the way down this? Oh, bloody hell. Why is the air traffic controller not talking to us as well? Oh, I'm going to move my seat back a bit, that's better. Oh, this is quite nice and chill. This would be good on a motion rig. Feels pretty good with the force feedback joystick we got, which I need to... before we finish this stream, I'm going to attach it to the sim rig more. In fact, we could cycle the cameras here. Put my camera cycler on, there we go.
Echo Delta Kilo Alpha Traffic Cessna Delta. X-Ray Foxtrot Papa Romeo taking off runway 07
that is before
departure
the
to
runway.
east.
Like the runway, the taxiway is at the end of the runway. Why does it say enter runway? We've not been told by air traffic control. Do you just go? Is there no air... Well, there's a control tower there. Do you just... If it's an empty airport with no air traffic control, do you just talk to yourself? Taking off. What's going on there? Why is it? Oh, I think it's the wing. It's the reflection off the there you go. That's better view. Oh, that's way better. This looks like Cologne region. Oh, that's way better camera position. A box just popped up in your view with 6 zeros after loading into the citation. We'll do VR once things are stable. The colours are too vibrant, aren't they? The lighting's a bit too vomity coloured. It's too orangey. The blues need to be increased. West Baden. Oh, hang on. Is this Westfall Harlem? What's it called? That region of Germany. I mean, it does look like the Cologne. It looks really similar to Dusseldorf Cologne area. And yeah. Oh, it's supposed to be near the Alps or something. D-Man, you have to try the Moser force feedback joystick with this. It's fantastic. Nordrhein-Westfalen, that's it. Nordrhein-Westfalen. I'm turning German. We were live streaming the other day, D-Man, and I accidentally said mixed up 15 and so I went 15. This is what I've been talking to Germans too much. It's slowly starting to happen. This is like when I was learning French. You start mixing up English and the other language. That's how you know your brain's been infected. 15 had come from nowhere. Oh, hello, talking about Germans. Alter. Yoko. Yoko's well good at Counter-Strike, I'll have you know. Flying over your house, Yoko, in Germany. How's the didgeridoo? What, wheat? How do you, what's 8 in German? Oh, we're going into clouds here. Let's go a bit lower. We don't have instrument rating here. Sieben? That's 7. Acht? What's 8 in German? Acht, yeah. How do you mix wheat and acht? Of all the ones to mess up. Look at this, like British weather. It's nice. Sieben. Oh, we're a little bit off course. I don't have the trim working. Does my trim wheel work? Let's see. Oh, it does. Back to front. Ah, look at this. Fly with the trim. It's well off though. It's the HOTAS it's the HOTAS Warthog throttle. Good. The Moser are aiming for Q1 for their pedals and their throttle. The Moser throttle feels really good. Hang on. According to the compass at the top right, we're too far to the right, and according to the compass on the dash, we're too far to the left, and according to this UI, we're too far. That's weird. Oh well. That's weird. You could Hell Knight. You might be able to. Did you delete the? Did you delete the streaming folder? So there's a file called C users username app data roaming Microsoft Flight Sim streamed packages, and then you can delete that aircraft and it might fix it. Why is this one different to... Did we miss like a checkpoint or something? Why is that one out of sync with where we're being told to go? What's that about? Oh, getting out of bed. What a pain in the arse. Yeah, this should be the default cockpit cam. Basically, the camera is way further forwards than it should be to avoid a lot of the A-frame and also avoid the... Yeah, see, this is like a meter too far forwards, but it's much... Actually ends up on a monitor being more realistic to what you... Because this is what you see out of a real Cessna, is you can just see the top of the nose cowling. But I mean, this is potentially more relaxing than Euro Truck Sim, isn't it? Yeah, I don't mind Euro Truck Sim, but for me it's just it just puts me to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, some of the new stuff in Euro Truck Sim's well good. Vice Baden. This is very pleasant. This is as thrilling as it gets. But it doesn't take much, I don't think, to please flight simmers. Just have like some objectives, have some like points when you land and stuff, and some unlocks done, and then use that to explain all the features of the aircraft. Which it's a bit weird that it hasn't really done much in terms of explaining the stuff in the cockpit. I know we've got the instrument rating to come up, but Pointed bath. Well, who doesn't like a pointed bath? Tell you what, we can go at 100 knots. We're going well slow here. The sound's really good in this. Yeah, my shaft's vibrating good. Barely need to touch the controller here. What, you lost connection to Asobo's voice service? What's that? I didn't even know about that. What, just flying like this? Well, you need rows to be turning left and right. You can skip, but I don't think you get the points if you do. What I would like, what I think for gameplay for this part of the game, and what's nice, is if you if there was like facts above the towns that you're flying over. So if you're doing a part of the flight like this, I mean, we could do this ourselves. If you know where you're flying, you can load up on like Google Maps, and you can then read up. You could get a chat GPT to automatically filter through interesting information about the towns and stuff that you're flying over. So yeah, so you're like, oh, you're not going to get bored. You're not really doing much with the flying, but you'll be like, oh, this town is this old. It's a Roman thing, blah blah blah. You know, and maybe have some funny stuff about it as well. So what's this on the left? Got a big train station. I'm flying with the trim here. Mans? What, Mainz? Is that German? Mines? It's not mines, it's yours. This is for 3,000 points, guys. I'm ready for them. So how can we... does anybody in chat know how the Garmin works? Because we can learn how to use that whilst we're doing this. Start fly using trim. I'm just using this trim knob here to do the vertical, and then I'm just tapping this. It'll be super, super delicate. Which is actually really similar to the real plane. When you're flying like this, you only need like a few millimeters of input. There's very little turbulence in this mission, but sometimes it happens. Yeah, delete Mark Gaming. I deleted all the... Well, I moved them to another folder, but I imagine you could delete them. All the streamed packages in the C users username... app data roaming Microsoft Flight Simulator 24 stream packages. I moved all of them into another folder, and it seems to have fixed the problem. Push AP. No, it's definitely a simulator. How's it going, Tayson? Push AP nav on the alternate Garmin. Well, shit. Well, I don't know what I pushed there, but I scrolled on it, and now look what's happened. Well, we've messed that up. It can be Simcade, yeah. Right, what are we changing? Checklist. Setup. Engine. I'm rotating the FMS knob. Okay, what am I pushing? Nav. No, frequencies radio. Heading. Okay, that's all. Yeah. Which is the actual button to change this display? Oh, zoom in and out here. This one. Then we want VOR information. Oh, I get it. I'm starting to get it. Hello, Euclid. Yeah, fortunately about joystick helps you be smoother because they're much better for precision. You have better range of motion with them due to how much distance you can move it and the sensitivity, and then you can have the force feedback give you a really nice feel for like G-forces and things. Did we not have a flight path plotted on this? Oh, that's nearest airport. Oh, that's cool. I mean, plays do everything for you now. What's a knob? No, NDB. What's that? Is that a transmitter? VOR. Those are localizers, aren't they? They're like radio transmitters. So we don't actually have a flight plan here, or do? Oh no, it's this. It's that. Hang on, it's just disappeared. I know it's got to load in. That's the flight plan. So the flight plan is different to the gates. So that's what's weird. These gates here have been put in. But they're incorrect to what the actual flight plan is. It doesn't seem to care about the gates, they're just a guide. 54 nautical miles. Are we nearly there yet? We could use autopilot. How do you turn autopilot on in this? What's the button to actually engage it? Just the does the AP button do it? But how will it? What's it going to follow? Okay, the autopilot is fighting my joystick. Why did that? When you turn autopilot off, why is it flashing? Is that just to warn you that you've turned autopilot off? Okay, so if I click it, the problem is my force feedback joystick's going to start fighting the autopilot. Don't think it works properly. Let's see. Yeah. It's not actually, the autopilot's not actually working. Or maybe it is. I know. I think it's trying to hold the same altitude. Is that actually working? Is that autopilot holding the plane? Alt. Where's that? Oh, hold altitude. And then heading. Hold heading. Oh, here we go. Where are we going? Okay. It's now going to put us on the flight path that was set. Why? Where are you going? That's not the right way. Okay, forget that. Bloody stupidest. Yeah, the flight has to be put in first. Fair enough. Yeah, well, we didn't set it up. It's just the game. If I just hold altitude, though, it will just hold that altitude, right? That's cool. Wow, we're actually learning how to fly, guys. Bloody hell, we're actually learning stupid pilot shit. There's going to be no use in my life. I think the flight path is balked for some reason on this mission. Okay, how do we set the altitude? Is there an out? Oh, I see. It's this one at the bottom left. Do we have to activate the autopilot and then press altitude? Right, so we want to be at 2,700. We don't want to do heading, we just want the altitude. Oh, is that, if you move the stick it takes off autopilot? Okay, so nice. Keeps trying to do the heading. Roll. What's that about? I don't want any heading. No, I've only done a discovery flight thanks to Microsoft. What does pit mean? Oh, that's doing something. $123 flight instructors to help. Does this aircraft have a automatic throttle control as well? Where's nav? Set nav to nav mode. I don't know what that means. There's two modes. Hang on, are we flying over Cologne? No. What? Oh no! I pushed the skip button. I pushed the skip to landing button. Ah, this might not get us the credits, guys. Oh, maybe we're alright. We'll see. We might be alright. I accidentally skipped the skipped ahead. Well, maybe we'll still get the points. That's pretty funny. If we'll get nothing. Oh, come on, you can't be serious. Well, it's at the top of the screen presenting it as an option, so... Start again. We'll see. Well, we need to bind that button to something that's not as easy to push. Oh man, imagine having to do that again for a whole hour. We'll have to find something to make it more enjoyable. Well, you'd think so, if it doesn't give you the points. So flaps go down on the white bar. What a mess of an approach. What is this? Yeah, well, I will do. I'll change it to something that's got. You really want something which has a bit of protection. But the thing is, you don't want it to be too hard to push because you want to be able to push it at the beginning of the flight. That's the only reason we bound it, is because the only reason we bound it is because of all the stupid stuff at the start.
V-spot in traffic, Cessna Delta. X-ray Foxtrot Papa Romeo 1 mile southeast, 1,600 feet inbound to land runway 25.
So when we're under 80, we can put flaps down. I mean, the force feedback feels incredible, guys. It's so good. We've got really nice engine rumble, and then the way it gets stronger and weaker depending on how fast you're going. Okay, increase sim rate. I do have an Xbox controller that's plugged into my other computer. It's amazing to me that a Cessna stays airborne at like 50 knots. Like, you don't have to be going that fast to be able to stay in the air. There's some planes that can fly at like 12 knots. Whoops. Did I forget to... No, it's bugged out, isn't it? What we announced final. I thought we took off again or something, I think. Ryanair landing. I keep forgetting which button it is.
V-spot in traffic, Cessna Delta. X-ray Foxtrot Papa Romeo is taxiing to parking.
Yeah, no, but it's because it came up, but it sometimes comes up when it's not actually needed. There's some bugs as you land. We're just on the first stuff. But we're going to see what happens here because we... Hang on, why has the tail got a black bit on the right hand side? What's that about? We accidentally skipped part of this. I don't know. I'm not really into jet planes that much. I mean, we'll do them as part of the game. They can be all right, but I prefer small planes. Where's he going? Is she trying to get run over?
Welcome to Wiesbaden. Hope this trip was a walk in the park. Anyway, I appreciate your professionalism. My 172 Skyhawk's finally here, and I thank you for that.
We passed. Game just crashed. Oh no. Do we not get it? Very stable game. Well, that's good, isn't it? I bet it goes, oh no no credits for you. I mean, if that's the case, that's ridiculous, isn't it? There are some bugs, yes. I really want to do that mission again. It was so thrilling. What's going on here? It doesn't even, when it crashes, it doesn't even crash properly. That was fun. I bet it took our credits away. We were due like 3,000 credits. It's the kind of thing that you really need to make sure on a game works, is that it doesn't delete your credits if you've done a mission. Especially if you had a player do an hour of gameplay. Can you imagine another video game where someone spends an hour doing like a level? It just crashed the desktop. It was a game crash. For now, we seem to have fixed the graphics card issue we were having by reducing the max power of the graphics card. I think the graphics card's broken because the power supply is a good quality new power supply. But it's broken in a way that's only a problem with Microsoft Flight Sim, so... Well, graphics. There's more trees, different types of trees, and it's more like the grass and surface stuff. But yeah, if you're at flight altitude, in some ways, some of the areas look worse. I guess some of the hills, the resolution of like hills and mountains is a bit better, generally speaking. But those are all things people have fixed themselves. Yeah, but Nords, this is a good quality power supply. It's only a 2-year-old PC, so... And it's only Flight Sim that causes it. Dear! I'd be interested to see if it saved our points, given that we finished the mission. I love this load screen now. This load screen is where it's at. This does have frame generation support though, which I don't think Flight Sim 20 did, so that's quite different. It's modern gaming. The next game is just copying modders and doing it worse. I really want to get a 5090 though. Yeah. No, so the plan is to get a 5080 or 5090. This is my job, so it's not, you know, I wouldn't buy one for myself as a home user. But what I would do is then move the 3080 from this PC into the other computer that I've got, which is my editing machine. Hello, Gary Vapes. No, I'm not using a VPN now. I think they allocated more servers. Let's see if we lost progress. You would think you would program it such that... Oh no, we're alright, we're alright. Did that save the credits? I thought that job was worth 3,000. Did we lose 1,000 credits from skipping it? That we should be about the right amount. How do you increase the simulation speed? Uh, 3090 is really good. Where's the simulation speed option, guys? It's a key binding. Right, first of all, this skip thing we need to put on a button that we're not going to accidentally push. Dear. We could put it on the autopilot, automatic disengage, emergency. I kind of don't want to have to move my hand off the controller now. Every time. I might put it on this. What was it called? It was control. What was it? I can't remember what it's called. Well, hang on, what was it? Yeah, no, but... No, not that. Why is this not on here? Oh, because I know why, because we had it on the other thing. So I'm going to put it on this one. Right, and I'm going to take it off this one. There we go. Yeah, I know. And then what was the other thing? The sim rate. So what is that actually doing? Is that just speeding the plane up? I might get my mini keyboard on this rig. Would be really handy. I need a toggle. We can just bind it to keys, can't we? Probably not going to do it all the time. There we go. Bloody hell. Let's get some more music on. How's everyone doing in chat? I need a biscuit. Alright. Reputation level. We need 3,000 to do this next bloody thing. I quite enjoyed that last one, but I want more credits. So hang on, where are we? Yeah, we are in Germany. It's Dusseldorf. Ah, can we? Is there Cologne? Let's fly to Cologne. Which airport is that? Leverkusen. This is Cologne Airport's down here. Cologne Bonn Airport. This is where we've been here like 10 times. It feels like 10 times this year. The last airport we flew to in real life was Dortmund. She's over here. It's quite a short runway. Then Dusseldorf before that. I quite like Dusseldorf. Dusseldorf. It's a weird place. How's everyone? AVI Hot Laps were good, thanks. Wild boys. What joysticks am I using? I'm using the Brunner. No, I'm not using the Brunner. I keep saying that. I'm using the Moser AB9 force feedback with the Hotas Warthog throttle. Kind of. Yeah, I need a better camera angle. Then we've got the yeah. Hang on, the job's disappeared. Oh no, Cologne. Let's do this. Really good. We have an affiliate link for the Brunner as well. For the Moser. Well, I keep correcting myself though. So. Also, right, but this what's really funny is that does really annoy Chinese people. Specifically, right? I notice this. So, like in Western sensibilities, saying the wrong name for something isn't like that frowned upon. People go, "Oh, you made a mistake," or they just assume that you meant something else. They'll just be like, "Oh, okay." Like, you know, let's say, I don't know. You're just pointing at a car and you're like, oh, it's a VW, and then they're like, oh no, it's a BMW, or you know, whatever. Or you know, it's you just said the wrong word, but everyone knows that you know what the right thing is, right? Nobody cares. But I noticed with Chinese people, I've said the wrong brand name of something, and they've all the Chinese people were like, just like, no. They were like, no. Yeah, you're an idiot. just flat out like, that's not what it's called. Because for some reason, like culturally, I guess there's like it's just incorrect. So yeah, every time I get it wrong, it probably really winds up people at Moser. But oh well, I'm dyslexic. I'm not doing it on purpose. I find it funny though. What do I know about Chinese Jimmy Broadbent? I don't know. I do know when streamers do partnerships with hardware companies, they make a lot of money. Some might argue doing a direct partnership with a brand directly related to what you're doing is you know, maybe questionable. I don't know. Right. Here we go. Let's do this. Mr. Gottler needs to get a freshly repaired aircraft back. We know this story. Everyone's got aircrafts that need repairing. Let's go. Mrs. Gutler. We too low. Bang ding ow. Holy fook. Something wrong. Hang on. It's the same plane that we just did. But it's a different client. It's exactly the same livery. They could have done different liveries on them at least. Do you know what I mean? It's the same bloody skin. Why not use a procedural colour generator to just have it be a different... Or make sure it's a super generic plane. Like this is... Ah, dear. Kind of ruins immersion. Seemingly, they're all sharing the same aircraft, apparently. If it was the generic livery, you wouldn't have noticed. You'd be like, oh, it's another generic Cessna. Let's see if our shortcut button works. Why are the trees all mashed up behind us? What's going on there? There we go.
Hello, it's Michael Albert. Thanks for accepting the job. I'm your contact here.
I'm going to turn the in-game audio off. Audio. Man, I need an ibuprofen. My back is absolutely killing me.
This just refurbished 172 Skyhawk needs to get to Ziegeneisenhardt Airfield. The owner had to get her aircraft repaired over there. Now it's ready, so she needs someone to fly it back to her. She's already waiting for it. Her name's Mrs. Sabine Gottler.
Sabine
now
Gottler.
Give this beautiful bird the VIP treatment it deserves. Take care.
Bloody, what did I put the button on? Ah, what button? I know it's here. I need to change. I'm going to change that over. What was the setting called? What was it called? The accept. What was it called, guys? Bloody hell. Validate. And quick reply. That's this quick reply. Okay.
Echo Delta Kilo Lima traffic Cessna Delta. Bravo Tango Romeo Lima is taxiing to runway Tree.
Tree. Tree. Tootie tree. What is this runway? That makes sense, Eddie. Bloody hell, Serengeti Joyride here.
Echo Delta Kilo Lima traffic Cessna Delta. Bravo Tango Romeo Lima taking off runway Tree departure to the east.
Live Aid supply run. What are these trees? Oh, we got to turn around at the bottom. turn around every now and then. Total eclipse of the plane. Do they know it's Christmas time at all? We know. Oh. Do they know to mow the lawn? I think we should turn the graphics up for the grass. Thanks, Patrick. See, you love the singing. Where is it? Global rendering quality. Grass. Trees, plants, grass. It's on medium. Ultra. Oh, look at all the grass. It's even more grass. Frame rate's dropped. We've just lost like 40 FPS. Okay, a second thoughts, let's not do that. Too much grass. Jesus. I mean, the grass just needs cutting a bit, that's all. You're buying your 172. What insurance shall I get? Get insurance because the game will crash. Yeah, you need it. There's also a bug and it'll take ages. So you definitely want to get the insurance thing because it's insurance against the game. Off we go. Yes, yes, Kirith, it is, yes. This is meant to be Cologne. I think it is. See the cathedral if it is. I think we're a bit north of Cologne. Yeah, Oliver, you need to go. Are you on the Game of Muscle Discord? You need to. Hang on. You need to go. I'll paste it in. I'll give you the details. Are you on? Did you buy it through Steam? Are you on Xbox? I don't know how to fix it on Xbox. I only know for PC. Sorry. Sorry! Don't do Xbox support. You'll have to Google. There might be some other solution. Yeah. Oh, you bought it on Xbox for PC. Okay, okay. Do you mean you bought it through Windows Store on PC? Yeah, you need to go this folder. It might be a different folder, but there's if you Google, it should come up. It's Thanks for subscribing. So in that file, it might be a different file. It might be slightly different for your if you bought it on Xbox or Windows Store. But basically, if you look for the stream packages location, I moved all of them into a new folder. So I think it's re-downloaded them. Let's see. Yeah, it will re-download them all as you go into them. So you select all those folders that are in there. And you could probably delete them, but I moved them into a folder called backup one backup, and then copied all of them into there, moved them all into that, so that stream packages file was basically empty apart from the one backup folder, and then it should re-download everything as you play, and it should hopefully work. Mixed Mojo, thanks for subscribing, welcome, appreciate it. Hopefully that works for you. It seems to have worked for me. Yeah, it took me like 4 hours of research to find out that solution, but there you go. Oh, there you go. There's the Cologne Cathedral down there. Don't get to look at that though, we're too busy. We've got a job to do. So, no sightseeing for you, we've got to deliver a plane. Well, yeah, hopefully it works, Oliver. Give it a go. It seemed to work for me. I wasn't getting the helicopter sounds in some planes. And then I did that and it seems to have worked. Climb to 17,000 feet. Okay. Right, there we go. Fly to Siegen-Enhart Airfield. Off we go. How far is it? 39 nautical miles. So supposedly we can increase simulation rate. What? Don't think that was right. What's that done? Somebody's clicking when I do that. Well, that didn't work. We're flying there, apparently. Yeah, we need to bind it to something else. Hang on a minute. We're flying sideways. What? Why are we flying sideways? That's better. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the... I was saying, it's not only 36 nautical miles anyway. Fine. I'll probably bind it to one of these. Steamed ham? Streamed ham? This is nice. Photo terrain. See, that looks amazing. This area of Germany is so flat though, it's crazy. Until you get to the Eifel region, which is further south. Yeah, there's some coal mining hills, yeah. Just turn all that off. The contrast is a bit bright though. I don't know. Can we adjust that? It's my mouse. Just foot that. Graphics. Where's that? Can we change brightness? Seems like we can't. You'd have thought brightness contrast would be a pretty basic setting. Wow, that's weird. We're just ragging the engine there. We said we'd look after their plane. We lied. I think it's time for some Guinness. Hang on, the autopilot should work. So we've got the path set. So we just set altitude hold, heading select, and then select. No, why is that not working? Or is it? Appears to be nosediving. Where are you going? Okay, this is messed up. Okay, let's not use autopilot. It turns out the autopilot is a murderous cyborg on this plane. Great autopilot. It's the extreme G autopilot. What bit am I running on OBS? On Twitch or YouTube? On Twitch we're running at 7 megabits a second, and on YouTube we're running at 6.7. Oh, it'll be like 7 megabits on both. Oops, bit more power. I use NVEC. Oh, it's the cyan marking. Well, I don't even know what that means. Heading will point you towards the heading that you set on the compass. Where's the compass? The pink colour. The purple, yeah, but that purple line is not where it's going with the heading. Oh. It doesn't, when I press autopilot, it tries to fly us into the ground. That's nice. It's on the left-hand side. You what? You what? You what, mate? Right. We have this GPS thing here. Bottom left knob on the right screen. The right screen's turned off. Yeah, I can see that. On the compass you have in the purple line, yeah. Look left from that. There's a the blue. I don't know what colour cyan is. The blue thing. Okay. Use the words I understand. You have to, imagine I'm Donald Trump and you're explaining the security briefing. That's where we're at here when it comes to planes. Yeah, the blue. If you just said, look at the blue dot that's on north on the compass, you bold idiot, and I'd have gone, oh yeah, I can see that. So right, hang on, what I've got to turn this. Ah, look at this, Matt. Look at this. The hedgehog. Move the hedge. There we go. So I set that. There we go. Set the hedge. And the altitude. What altitude do we want to be at? A bit lower than this. What are we at? 4,000. Let's go to 3,000. Okay. And then now that's set it, right? And now if we press autopilot, we won't nosedive. Maybe we'll nosedive a little bit. Ah, look at that. It's got gates on there. What's going on here? Is that going to work? Ah, magic's happening, guys. Oh, you can see the blue flashy thing is saying it's going towards 3,000. What about the roll? Man, being a pilot's well lazy. Is that it? Is it working? I could do this. I could be a real pilot. Look at this. She's amazing. Why are we at 4,000 when I set it to 3,000? Why is it holding 4,000? It even says on here 3,000. What's that about? Oh shit! I've just pushed something. Okay. Oh, is that max altitude? Oh, is it a range? Oh. If you want to descend, you have to push versus and set this. Right, okay. Where's versus? On. Where's descent speed? 100 foot per minute. 400 foot per minute. Full power? Are we going up? There we go. Is that setting us there? Oh, nose down. Ah, there we go. Ah, this is awesome. You don't even need a... Does everything for you. Will this change the... Do I have to push anything for it to start changing the heading? Do I have to push this again? Yeah, this is well good. Oh yeah, it'll follow it there. Yeah, it's fine. Let's descend a bit faster. How do you follow GPS? Yeah, but this is why can't we do this with cars and stuff? What about speed? How's it set in? Can you not do speed? How do I turn off heading? This one. Turn off the hedge. If I just click that, it will follow GPS. Is that, and that's this. That's the purple. Yeah, no, cars are a lot. The problem with the, like, once you're in the air, it's a lot less complex than a road surface that's doing loads of random shit. There's just loads of there's a lot less unexpected stuff in the air. Oh, look at that. You can see what mode you're in. At the top of the display right now, you have hedge. So you're heading. Hang on. Where's hedge? I can't see the mode. Shall I push nav? GPS. Oh, here we go. Now it's following the gates. Look at this. Oh, it's the future. Well, good. It's weird that the game ones that theirs are different from the. You would have thought you'd want to emphasise using these, given that the plane has this in it as part of the simulator. Why have this in the game? Why not emphasise using this early on in the game and go, oh, look, because it's fun. It's like a game in real life. So why does the game do this shit when you could just put... Also, why not make the gates in the game the same as the gates that are on here if you're going to do that? Very weird, isn't it? Why are we bouncing up and down? Oh, this is amazing. This training doesn't... Yeah, but surely everyone playing this game has 200 people watching, right? That's everyone's play experience with this game is 200 viewers with at least 5 real-world pilots. And like for at least 10 or so sim fans, helicopter pilots and real-world pilots. That's normal, right? Yeah, but right, if you're playing... Yeah, but no, but... If you're playing this on a gamepad, you would not want to do these missions, would you? If you're if you're a console player, you would want to do, like, stuff that happens quickly. So, you know, like, you can... landing challenges, really quick missions, like go here, land. Do you know what I mean? Just small stuff, like maybe the helicopter things have like quick things to do. That's what you'd want to do on a game controller. How do pilots not fall asleep? Are they all like on the Colombian marching powder? There's no way. Red Bull gives you wings. Ketamine. 7 miles here. Well, it's awesome then now to use autopilot stuff. Basically, if you know how to use autopilot, you're pretty well set if you're in a plane and there's and you like if you had to land it. Like once you know autopilot, you could probably autopilot yourself to landing. It used to be gaffer tape to your sim rig backwards and used as a handbrake. Well, that's good. It's good that you kept using it. It's an hour past the airport because they were chatting. That's pretty funny. There's been planes that have landed in the wrong country because they got the pilots were told the wrong thing. So there's people thought they were going on a holiday and they've ended up in like Edinburgh instead of like Mallorca. You think they would have noticed, but that's pretty funny. Here we go. Well, this would be nice in VR. If you set autopilot and then you can just look around whilst you're flying along, that'd be awesome. We've just discovered the best way of playing this in VR. Get in your plane, take off, have a destination in mind, set autopilot, and then just enjoy the view. And then play some other games. Have another game on your VR headset. Perfect. We've just found the ultimate meta for gaming. Right, we're going to do the landing egg. So we just turn autopilot off. We just pop it off here. What on earth is this? Final approach? What are all these gates? Bill Gates. What's going on? Do we go down to go up? What is going on here? Where's the airfield? I think he wants us to go right to then... This is very weird. Hang on, where's the airfield? This is super messed up. What does it say? Next. Oh. Bloody drunk. Whee! So what you really need is... Hang on. We're doing this the wrong way round. Why are this giving us the wrong information? This is messed up. It's completely messed up. Where's the actual runway? What on earth? The bloody final's flying through the hillside. Where's the runway? It's probably not even over the airport. Where's the runway? Right. Is there a map we can get up here? I mean, I don't know where the runway is, so... What on earth? Land on the runway. Yeah, but where is the runway?
Echo Delta Yankee Kilo traffic Cessna Delta. Bravo Tango Romeo Lima is on final runway 27 to land.
Is it that? Oh, I think that's it. Bloody hell. Okay. Yeah, that's the runway. Fine. A bit of a dodgy runway, but it'll do. Yeah, we got a delivery, guys. Another successful delivery. That's what's going on in my head. Right, put it down. It's another delivery of tea. Tea delivery, guys. The windsock's not even going. Wow, there's a plane just appeared. There we go. It's a bit of a weird runway, isn't it? These trees all look the same. They're winter trees. Hello, Ben S. Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Feels... It's nice with the force feedback joysticks. You feel the bumpiness of the road.
Echo Delta Yankee Kilo traffic Cessna Delta. Bravo Tango Romeo Lima is taxiing to parking.
Wow, it's a long taxiway. Bloody hell. How far do they want me to go? I like how there's still staff at this airport as well.
I'm sure the trip had its challenges, but I hope my plane didn't take too much of a beating.
It's smashed up,
Thanks
mate.
for your hard work.
It's actually wrecked. We did a nosedive. Great success. It works. The Moses software's a bit weird. Oh, we don't even get an A for this. You're joking. I didn't do anything wrong. Landing smoothness. Oh, okay, we did bounce. Okay, fair enough. we did bounce a few times. I mean, that was because the runway was ridiculous. I only get 2,000 credits. Hang on, base. Why is this why is the employer taking so much money? What a git. How do you land smooth? You just flop it down. Jump TTR capitalism. Oh dear. Reputation update. Level 6. Oh, level 10. Bloody hell. We could do a thing now. We could do a certificate. Oh no, 5,000. What? 10,000. Bloody hell. Everything in this game is expensive. Right. More missions, guys. Skydiving, how did it... So what does this mean? Well, where are we going? Do we have to do all these jobs in Europe? Why are all the jobs here, not in UK? Oh. Why are they all there? Was it just because that's the nearest area that has all the jobs? Is this the same for everyone? Oh, here we go. We could do this. We'll do a British one. Golden mission. Okay. I want to do this, I think. A British flight. We get to fly over the Wales. Over the Wales. How much do we get paid for this? Oh, here we go. Bog standard. 2,200 credits. Let's go. It's funny that the screenshot has textures messed up. She always looks depressed as she gets to the airplane. She's like, I hate this job. I hate flying planes. I can't believe it. She's like, oh, God. Every time she looks at the plane, she's like, why?
Captain, thanks for being available. I'm James, the hangar supervisor.
No, I'm James.
You today, because getting this 172 Skyhawk over to Shobden is a big deal for us.
Shobden?
The owner had to get his aircraft repaired over there.
Shobden.
Now that it's fixed, he needs someone to fly it back to him. He is already waiting for it. His name's Mr. Alex Dickinson.
Alex?
Safe travels.
Alex Dickinson. I'm Alex Dickinson. I've been selling potatoes since I was 15 years old, and now I sell solar panels. We need to... Oh. We can use that for flaps. And I can use this for accelerate it, for sim rate. That's good. Hang on, what was it called? Sim rate. Here we go. Let's go! This is very nice and pleasant. He was enjoying their time watching this high intensity live stream. We've got 83 people on Twitch. Pretty good, because we're not really a flight sim channel. They're probably just elderly people that have fallen asleep, but still, that's alright for us. Dedicated Twitch crew. Appreciate all the viewers. Thanks for torturing yourselves with the adverts. You're on the edge of your seat. Amazing. Why is it not talking to me? Why is the airport not talking? Is that a bug? Like, we're not talking to ATC for some reason. Fine. Let's go. Beautiful. Wooden seats. We have free tea, complimentary tea on these flights. I don't think you can for these missions. Shabdon! Oh, I forgot we were in the UK. Do not touch the screens! Can we do the autopilot thing? Hang on.
The pace car is out of control.
Why is it overspeeding? I doubt quite a bit of turbulence. Why is it not? We're flying a bit low here. Daniel Adams, I love your content, especially the interview with AC Bossman. You're looking forward to getting to Flight Sim. Should I get this or 2020? You're running it. I thought, well, I'd get this, but I'd wait like 3 months. To be honest. Three to 6 months. I mean, it's playable, but it's got some weird stuff. Flight Sim 2020 is more polished, but there's less. There's not really a single player to doing it like this. This has so many bugs in it that it's a little bit confusing. What's that for? What does that beep mean? Why is autopilot coming off? Why is autopilot not staying on? Oh, because we've gone too slow. Autopilot goes off when you go too slow. It's nice to know. We're learning. I mean, I'm learning quite a lot about flying from this. Yeah, try it on Game Pass. I'm getting buffeted here. Aspects of it are working better. And we need to bind a look down camera. Controls, camera, external, right, left, top. Rear. Ah, there we go. That's nice. Look at that. Wales is really nice. I mean, that is pretty spectacular. The physics are a lot better in 24 compared to 23. Compared to 20 Flight Sim 2020. But if you're playing with a gamepad, you're not going to notice those physics differences at all. You might even struggle to notice them with unless you're playing with like a really decent joystick. You know, it's like driving games. Unless you're playing with a force feedback wheel, you're not going to notice a lot of the physics differences. It does tell you, sometimes it gives you like it says it has a number next to it. I think that's what that is. This is cool. I like Wales countryside, is really nice. You can get quite affordable housing in Wales. Don't know what the internet's like though. Should be alright. It's a bit out of the way of London. That's the problem with Wales. What would I recommend as a nice joystick? I think the Thrustmaster... So I was thinking of buying some so I can do a video on it. Basically, the Thrustmaster T-Stick is probably the best value joystick on the market at the moment. The X56, which is £200, is probably the cheapest, best stick. And then after that, you're looking at the stuff like the... you know, like the custom stuff that's like £500 or more. Being away from London would be a good thing, but unfortunately, I have family in London, and pretty much all the airports that travel all around Europe are in London. So, like, if you're near London, you can go to Luton, Stansted, Heathrow, and Gatwick, and it means you've got 3 airports, which means you can pretty much always find a direct flight to most European airports, even like smaller ones. Whereas if you've only got like, and they normally have like 3 flights out of them each day. Whereas if you've only got, you know, let's say it's Exeter Airport or East Midlands or whatever, or Middlesbrough, Newcastle Airport. You'll have like 1 flight and you'll always have to change, which is a total pay if you travel like more than 5 or 6 times a year. It's really annoying, especially if you do. The type of stuff I do isn't like for a lot of money, so it makes a big impact doing that kind of travelling. Like, keeping that simple makes it more possible. If you get paid a lot, it doesn't really matter, does it? You just charge people for it. But then also lots of events and things happen in London as well. Yeah. This looks well nice. Look at this. I'm not trying to turn on the Steam recording. Let's break it. Hey. Steam recording. Right, let's see what happens. Steam recording on. Richard B, are you the only advocate for single player experiences? I know what you mean, yeah. I like single player stuff. There's a big demand for it though. There's a big demand for single player. Oh, I know, alright. I don't know if Moser are going to do a non-force feedback joystick. But they've got a throttle. I say a throttle and pedals that will be coming out. Q1 is when they hope for it to come out. Yeah, the Thrustmaster T-Flight gives you the throttle, which is really handy. So the extra buttons on the throttle really add to things as well. Look at that view. That looks crazy. Oh. Okay, we might need to bind another button to Steam. Let's do shift. Yeah, well, the Moser throttle, I think will be. I don't think it'll be budget, but I think it'll be quite good. It feels amazing. I had to go on it at Gamescom. It feels really good. And so if that's like £200, in fact, I think they have the price of it on the website. I really want to get some foot buttons for my rig, like some kind of button that I can push with my foot. So I've got extra buttons that I can use without having to use my keyboard. I know you can get a foot. I think Elgato do a foot controller thing. Yeah, but I don't just want one of those generic pedals. I'd like something with more options on it. It'd be super handy. I have ads automated, otherwise I forget to push it. Jorg was right. It does. The floor does look a bit blurry. I wonder how much that's texture filtering. I mean, it looks amazing, but it does seem a little bit blurry. Maybe you could do a bit of sharpening filter to it. The plane and everything else though is really sharp. It's not that the texture's too low res, it's just that it needs like a sharpening applied to it. Can't buy it. That's the Thrustmaster T flight. The plane does seem to be rocking left and right quite a lot, which is weird. You do get turbulence, but it's like it's wobbling. Which is weird. Normally you get like a little jolt left and then, you know, it doesn't just rock left and right like this. Oh, it's oscillating. Yeah, what's going on? Well, it's just oscillating. Oh. Why is he doing that? Even if I give it some rudder, it's oscillating in the rudder. Why is it wobbling? Yeah, but it doesn't. A real plane doesn't just wobble like that. It'll go like it doesn't. It doesn't seesaw perfectly. It's weird. Look. It's the same movement every time. No, all assists are off. I don't think it was doing it on the other mission, so maybe it's just that there's a default amount of turbulence that's set on and it's doing weird stuff. Possible. If we can up the sharpness. Don't know if that's even doing anything, but it is definitely tea time. 27 nautical miles here. We've got a coffee holder here. It's a remote control plane, there's no one in it. Hang on, why is there no one in it? Why am I invisible? Why do I not have a body? Well, the performance is better because it's using frame generation. So you get better frame rates. Seems a bit smoother. So occasional stutter, but yeah, I think generally this seems to be running better than Flight Sim was for me. Oh. How do you know if it's running at real time for sim acceleration? Hello, Tej. 21 nautical miles. Beautiful. Right. Whoa! Hello? The trim wheel. You have to activate axes before it detects them. Otherwise that happens. Yeah, the third person player mode, it's like an option. What plugin are you using for Stream Deck? Is that Microsoft Flight Sim plugin? I've got a spare Stream Deck. Thanks, Tej. Hit the like button. Shobden. Shibbity shobbity Shobden. Oh, are we flying close to Alton Park Racetrack here? Some nice fields. "15 miles. You're walking in the snow. What, in real life? Oh, we ain't got any snow here. I need a cup of tea. I'm hungry again. It's 9 o'clock. 3 hours between food and I get hungry. my bowl of fish and couscous only provided a few hours of sustenance. Well, it probably was only like 500 calories, so. Bombs away! Tally ho! Yeah, what is this wobble? Week, 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 week. It is on that. It is on the realistic flight mode. Oh. Well, yeah, switching it to legacy will put it on shit physics. Yeah, because it will go, it's putting it to simplified physics. That's the legacy physics is the old Microsoft Flight Sim X physics. Look at it. Wah, 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 wah. Broken plane driver. I mean, we can try the legacy physics after this, but it's pretty funny. Add that to the list of bugs. Row, row, row your Cessna left and right along. It's how you row your Cessna along. Let's hope we don't die. Not annoying at all, is it? An hour of wobble. Even if you push, even if you push a rudder down, still does it. Still does it at the angle. Turn on your damper. Where's that? Is that a plane setting? Where's your damper? This is a fun game to play. Your damper on. Okay. Should we put it as shift? Shift Y? Okay. You ready? Did nothing. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help. Because I think your damper will be for the pedals. Yeah, Ken, if you do that, you don't get the points. And it's all about the points. I'm sure he wasn't doing it this bad before. Autopilot is off. Here we go, we're getting to Snobden.
Echo Golf, Bravo Sierra,
Oh.
Cessna Golf. Romeo Bravo X-Ray Quebec 5 miles southwest, 2,700 feet inbound to land runway 08.
I don't think it is. It's not doing it now. I think it's the weird turbulence. Well, that's weird. Oh, he's doing a little bit. I think it's just the way the turbulence is affecting the aircraft. But it's too consistent. Oh well, we're landing. The mission's going to be a success. Great success. I need a cup of tea. We'll pick one up at Snobden. A weird, stumpy airport. Ah, wrong button!
500.
Ah! Oh no! Whoops! I pushed the accelerate sim button to 500%. And then the game crashed. Oh no! I actually, because I had the flaps, I set the flaps on my HOTAS to accelerate the sim, but I forgot that I changed it over. So we just went from like 100 miles an hour to Mach 10 into the ground. Oh no! Well, mission failed. Mission failed successfully, and then the game crashed. It was like, oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, thank you.
Too much faster.
Too much faster. Thanks for the sub. Jesus Christ, we could do time accelerator for that mission again. Bloody hell. After all that flying, just... Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, that's time to get a cup of tea. That went well. We'll load the game up and get a cup of tea. Back in a minute, guys. Did you guys see on the news? Apparently in Wales, a Cessna crashed into a runway at Mach 4. They're not sure what happened. It was on BBC News. There's a crater. There's a 50-foot crater. Oh, God. Bloody hell. You know you crash hard when the game crashes at the same time. Oh no! We lost some reputation. We just blew the plane up. Oh no. That went well. The whole family with him. Well, there'll be a plane crash investigation. And let's fly this way over some nice hills. But yeah, we learnt to remember that I've rebound my flaps. Madame Gougard had to perform an emergency landing. Her plane's being checked. Gotta have the blueberry wheats. I wanted frosted blueberry wheats, but they didn't have them in Lidl's. They're well addictive. I'm addicted to blueberries as well. For breakfast, I had like a cup of porridge with porridge with a cup of blueberries on it. Blueberries are good though. I think the only downside with blueberries is they're expensive, but they're a good fruit to eat. Apparently blueberries are good for depression as well. Don't know if it makes any difference, but so's not watching this live stream. Right. Let's try not to kill ourselves again. We'll do the start of the flight and then we'll do time accelerated for the boring bit. Oh, it's raining. We don't seem to have any rain particles. Do I need to turn the gravity setting up?
Captain, thanks for being available. I'm Marie, the
Yeah, we don't seem to have rain. What would rain be under? Oh, rain. Doesn't seem to be working.
Manager. This freshly tuned 172 Skyhawk needs to get to Brembarton. The owner had to get her aircraft repaired over there. Now it's ready, so she needs someone to fly it back to her. She is already waiting for it. Her name's Madame Julie Gaujard.
Gaujard.
Treat this beauty like it's your own. See you.
See you next Tuesday.
Cessna Foxtrot. Bravo Juliet, November Lima taxi to and hold short of runway 24 via taxiway Alpha Bravo. Contact tower on 129.8 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 2 for using taxiway Alpha Bravo Cessna Juliet November Lima.
Yeah, it's all, well, it's just computer voices. We're going through the jungle here. What's this runway about? Right, let's not accidentally enable sim acceleration as we're approaching the bloody runway. Jesus Christ. What is this runway? You have like map, each airfield has its own map. You can understand why. Well, that's with jet planes. I don't think Cessnas use that much fuel on the ground. Why is there? Surely there's not trees in the middle of the airfield in real life. That don't make any sense, does it? You would cut them down. Why has this airfield got a forest in it? Doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Yeah, bird strikes and the small issue of trees being in the way. Oh, bloody hell, we're going to taxi for half an hour down here. What on earth? It does with this joystick, yeah. This joystick uses telemetry to generate the force feedback. So you can tell the The game's got the speed of the aircraft, the rotor speed, if you're on the ground, if you're in the air, turbulence, G-forces, so it can generate the telemetry from all that. Basically how motion rigs normally deliver force feedback. I think they need a bit more tree variation in this game. Because it feels like there's only, in some places, it feels like there's only like 2 types of tree. You'd have thought for UK or Europe, you'd be like, oh, hang on, let's have like 30, 40 trees, you know. Bloody hell, it's half a mile. How are you getting these big missions? I'm getting punished. I hate being a pilot. Yeah, I wonder why are the trees so bad in this? Like, is it because they've made the individual trees more 3D, so then they've had to have less of them? What is this? We've got... Bloody hell. What? Oh, what? There's a tree on the bloody... Oh, come on! Oh, my God. Are you kidding? Can we skip takeoff? Let's just do that.
Fallsbourg Tower, Cessna Foxtrot. Bravo Juliet November, Lima ready at runway 24 south departure.
So dumb. Well, they put a bloody tree. The runway was all bumpy, and they put a tree on the taxiway. So stupid. It's so dumb how
Cleared
this
for
game
takeoff,
works.
runway 24 Cessna, Juliet November, Lima.
Oh dear. Get good. I mean, you know, you kind of expect as a pilot that the airport has not got trees coming out of the taxiway that will collide you if you're in the middle of the taxiway. Right. At least you can skip it. It's probably advisable if your runway is a forest. Probably advisable. Hang on, this is an out-of-use runway. The big orange X means airfield no longer in use. That's what that... It's like a out-of-use... No wonder it's a forest. It's a decommissioned airfield. That's what the X means. Bloody hell. Yep, it's look, it's got X's all the way down it, so you know not to land or take off on it. Jesus Christ. Well, that's how we know it's probably a park. Oh, here comes the wobble.
Juliet November Lima, continue for south departure.
There's the wobble.
Bravo Juliet November Lima frequency change.
Oh, it didn't come up on the screen before I could push it. There's so much stupid stuff in this where it should pause it if you... Why have we not got any rain? Woo! What? We're gonna get into trouble here. Can't tell if it's what speed we're going at. Like a hair transplant. Yeah, totally. I don't know, probably not. Who knows? It's a good goal to have. Here we go. We'll see what points we get docked for flying over airports without announcing it. Oh, is it weird in real life as well? It's probably a park or something. Secret. at this view.
Delta Tango Golf, traffic Cessna Foxtrot. Bravo Juliet November Lima 6 miles north 3,400 feet inbound to land runway 05.
This is crazy. Still doing the wobble. Oh, it's a bug. It's a bug when you've got accelerated simulator on. It comes up with a... It thinks that you've gone through the airspace when you haven't. Oh, good. That's good. It's good to know. Great job. Great job by Sobo again. They tested that out for sure. What is this? This is crazy. What on earth? Like a mining river. Copper or something. I mean, it looks amazing, doesn't it? It's incredible graphics.
The pace car is out of control.
No, oh my god, these are so harsh. We land short and then get the taxiway. Passenger jet landing, guys.
Echo Delta Tango Golf, traffic Cessna Foxtrot. Bravo Juliet November Lima is taxiing to parking.
Yeah, it'd be way more fun if you had to say the air traffic control stuff and then it listened to it. It told you what to say though, so you could learn it. That'd be a really good learning tool. That'd be really good for pilots. Click the like button, guys, if you're watching on YouTube and you're enjoying yourself. So I do the advertising part now because this is my job. Yeah, If you want to support the channel, you can subscribe, you can click the like button. We have a donation link under the stream that gives us money directly to my PayPal. You can become a member on Twitch, you won't get any adverts. We have affiliate links. If you want to buy joysticks and stuff, that's all on our Discord. What else? Yeah, just appreciate people watching. Don't expect anyone to donate or be a member or whatever. But yeah, subscribing and liking's good. Subscribing for free on YouTube or following on Twitch is good. Dislike, unsubscribe, format C drive. What else can you do? Oh yeah, if you're buying shit, definitely use my affiliate links, or use any YouTuber's affiliate links. To be honest, it adds up, even if it's only it's normally only a small percentage that you get, but it can be quite good. So you see all the YouTubers going for Black Friday, they'll be like, "Oh guys, Black Friday!" It's like, "Oh, wonder why you're so excited, eh?" I need to get some Black Friday stuff. To be honest, I think Black Friday's terrible. Well, I've got an Amazon affiliate link. I think Black Friday's stupid. Like, you either need something or you don't, and the amount that you save on Black Friday is normally not enough that would justify you. Oh, bloody hell! There's a car in the way. That would justify you doing Black Friday. Like, you would have already bought it if you actually really wanted it. Ah, there's stuff in the way. If this fails the flight. You can use the shadow, if you have a shadow, to know if you're going to hit something. I'm going to run that guy over. Yeah, they used to be a lot better. For sure. Can't park there.
You finally made it, Captain. I know this kind of flights can be rough, but I'm sure you did your best. Welcome to Eskbach.
Let's see what we get from this. Respect for the conditions, 0. What? Hey? Ah, do we get money for this? Do we not get any? Oh yeah, we got some credits. Fine. Fine. What? Bloody hell! That's ridiculous. It was all because of the game putting a tree on the runway. It's not my fault if the game puts a tree on the runway. It might make sense to wait. Yeah, I mean, it's worth like iRacing doing the Black Friday stuff. But then the other thing that's really dumb is you can't trust the prices because they put the prices up before Black Friday to then make it look like they've gone down a lot. So you're like, well, and normally the prices from Black Friday are only a small percentage, which again is not the amount. If when it comes to buying something, if the price where you can buy it offers the utility, then there's no point.
The pace car is out of control.
Ex-felon UK, thank you very much for following. Basically, if something offers the utility for the price, it's worth getting. So saving like 5, 10, 15, 20%, that's great. But if you're waiting a year to then pick that thing, you'll have lost the utilitarian value that it would have offered anyway. So you've not actually saved any money. So it only really helps if it happens to be discounted at the point when you were going to buy it and needed to buy it. If it's something that you need. If it's an entertainment thing and you don't need it, then the question would be, what's your budget that you set aside for entertainment, and is it within that budget? In which case, it doesn't really matter if it's up and down a little bit in price, because you can afford it. So it's so stupid. Yeah, it's obviously all those sorts of pricings are used as a way to manipulate people into buying stuff that they otherwise wouldn't want to buy or don't need, and then go, oh yeah, I'll buy that. It's a really good special offer. But it's like, it's really dumb. Why is my game red? Because I'm using a special edition of the simulator called Sexy Bold Brit Edition. That's it's a special version that I got. Right, we're gonna do the tail dragging, guys. I'm going to spend 5k on this. Let's take the exam. Taking off and landing and taxiing in a plane equipped with a tail wheel is not as easy as it might seem. Aeroplanes with main gears toward the front. Yeah, you just have to land on the front wheels. I really like that the background is spinning around. It really helps me read the static text without feeling motion sick at all. Jesus Christ. Like, are they... How does this get through QA testing? Like, this is absolutely pure motion sickness inducing. Hello, Flordan. It's absurd. Have a static scanning thing, not spinning. Jesus Christ. That is true. We are the tester. Here we go. Tail wheel endorsement. My face, my plane's got a face on it. Oh, here we go.
As covered in our briefing, we'll be performing a standard traffic pattern around Miami's KLNA airport with the Cub Crafters X-Cub. Remember that taildraggers do not behave in the same way as tricycle-geared aircraft while taxiing, taking off, and landing. Try to maintain centerline and anticipate rear-wheel drift while turning on the taxiway. Keep your speed low while taxiing, and brake progressively while pitching back once you land to avoid flipping the aircraft over. Remember that once you get some speed on the runway, you will want to lift the tail of the aircraft by gently pushing forward on the stick.
Lima is taxiing to
Once you are on the main
10.
gear and reach rotation speed, start gently pitching back to take off. Keep your feet on the rudder to brace for left turning tendencies.
Yeah, nice plane. Why is there a truck driving across the runway? What on earth's going on there? Tires are well underinflated. The Brunner has the software that does the force feedback. It generates it from the telemetry. I mean, I'm using the Moser. I keep saying I keep saying Brunner when I mean Moser. Yeah, I'm using the Moser. It has the same sort of thing as the Brunner. I keep saying the same Brunner. So because I've had like 6 years of saying Brunner. Here we go. Take off in tail drag at foot first time. Oh, big gum. What? Okay. Well, it lifted its... plane took off so quickly at full power. Planes have ridiculous lift compared to the weight of them. Yeah, it's not the tyre physics are a lot better in this compared to 2020. It's one of the big improvements with this game, actually. Where we're doing the certificate that allows us to play this plane in the single player. You're the parking brake.
Kilo Lima November Alpha Traffic Cubcrafters Foxtrot. Bravo Juliet November Lima 1 miles north 1,100 feet inbound to land runway 28.
Yeah, I watch some Indian stuff that's like that. It's pretty funny. Quite a few languages do that as well. Like they're using English words as like for emphasis words.
Try to land by making contact with all 3 wheels at the same time.
was really smooth. That'll do. That'll do. It should be a pass.
Kilo Lima November Alpha Traffic Cub Crafters Foxtrot. Bravo Juliet November Lima is taxiing to parking.
Hello, Simply Dabble. Hang on, I'll read some messages. I'm just making sure we pass this. Yeah, the game shum 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 shum. The game yells at you.
car is out of control.
It's all right, but there's a lot of bugs and weird shit. Like we had a runway with a, we failed a mission because the taxiway had a tree on it. so we hit the tree because I wasn't expecting there to be a tree on the taxiway. We've had cars parked in the middle of the runway as well. Oh yeah, the runway was a forest. That didn't help. What else? There's been lots of weird shit. Some of the planes are rocking in a weird way. You can play the game with the controller, yeah? The way the points are done are a bit weird. So it's not really well designed as a game. Like, it feels like if you were a beta tester and the game was in sort of pre-alpha, like feature complete, but not, the bugs hadn't been done yet. So a game that's about 4 to 6 months away from, well, let's say 3 to 6 months away from release is what it feels like to play. Like, there's so many like weird bugs for a console game, not like, so 2 to 3 months for release from a PC release where everyone accepts shit, but like 4 to 6 months for a console release where it's got most of the features and stuff, but things aren't working properly. Floyd, it'll be down to performance. So when the game's running better, it will be better in VR. That's basically what they mean. So some people are having some performance issues. Some aren't. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's missing, like bindings.
Great flying today. You've clearly shown that you have what it takes to fly tailriggers and did so like a pro.
I can't bind the helicopter. Hey! I can't bind the helicopter rudders, even though I can the plane, because they don't have the option that they do with the plane, which was in Flight Sim 2020. So really, if Asobo weren't mental, they should have allowed you to copy the settings from Flight Sim 2020 across to this, because who wants to rebind all the controls? So why, given that it's the same Flight Sim, you should just be able to, at worst, have a text file that you just copy and paste or something. At best, it should just work. Here we go. But I like the structure. Like what's this? We've got planes missing from the menu. Like what? What is that? Doesn't make any sense. It's like, yeah, say it's like an in development game. It's ridiculous. You You shouldn't be like, oh, you've unlocked something. Oh, yeah, but you can't see a picture of it. Imagine that in like Gran Turismo or something. Hello, Frederick. Oh dear, right. How do we know which are the tail dragger missions? I don't get it. So we've just done that. No. Thanks, Sniper Mike. Yeah, it's pretty crazy how big Sim Racing Expo's got. The map works better, yeah. I don't get it though. Like, we've just done a certification. Why can I not fly any missions with that? We have to choose the plane as well. Where's that? I don't get it. What do you mean you have to click the missions and check the plane? No, but there are no other missions. These are all the same aircraft. Yeah, but these are all Cessna. Okay, it's X-Cub, but these are the same missions. These are exactly the same missions. They're not like, it's not like I've now unlocked a thing where I'm landing in a field. You know what I mean? If you, in real life, there's no missions in Africa. If in real life you got a license for that type of plane, the first thing you'd be doing is like dropping off medicine or something in the outback. I think you have to start. Can I do this? No, I'm not allowed to do that. If we picked an airport that was in more the countryside, then we'd have more of those missions. But that's so dumb. Like, why? It's so badly designed. It's so dumb. It's really badly designed. I don't even mind doing just Cessna flights, to be honest. It's just that why unlock the other thing and then you can't actually really use it. Do you know what I mean? Right, let's do this. Yeah, it's 1-to-1. Nice looking plane. Where's this guy? Right. I'm perfectly happy just flying the Cessna around or light aircraft, doing whatever. But it's like this game has zero game design around it. It's just, it almost feels like a mod. Game's crashed. Do you think we failed the mission because of that? And it keeps crashing over and over again. Bloody hell. Jesus Christ. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like what is it, On Air, and what are the other ones? There's a bunch of them. Well, I hope AC Evo's good, Brenton. It is strange. I don't have any sleeves on here. Well, I do, but they're very short sleeves. The Stalker 2 doesn't work, Shumi. Stalker 2 is another terrible game. Have you seen it? The AI and the gameplay. Like, basically, imagine a huge pretty big open world in Unreal Engine with really crappy AI, and you're running around with like not enough weapons. Yeah, no, it's not really. It's super buggy. There's like stutter in it, loads of issues. Player movement's terrible. AI breaks. Enemies are bullet sponges. There's not that many different types of enemy in it. The animations are terrible. You know. Well, they're not. The decent reviewers are saying don't play it. Yeah, there'll be loads of people like... One of the reviewers was like, oh, it's not worth getting, but it's made by a developer in Ukraine, and it's amazing what they've achieved given that the country's at war. And it's like, well, yeah, okay, but how is that relevant to someone buying a video game? But I support Ukraine, so I'm going to buy this video game. It's like, well, if you really want to support Ukraine, donate to, like, financially, donate to some direct military thing, or petition the government for military action or something. Don't buy a game. Like, you're buying a game because you want to play a bloody video game, right? It's worth noting, it's worth saying, fair enough. The developers had to do what they've done, and that context is worth saying, but that's not relevant to. It's not relevant to whether or not the game is good. It's like, okay. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. It's worth being aware of, but it's not relevant to whether or not the game's decent or not. Yeah. Well, I don't know what's happened here. Can we continue the career we just did, or has it failed us? If it crashes on something you're doing, it should let you It should let you redo it, right? Is it this one? Yeah, that. To be fair, that would be pretty funny. That would be pretty genius. Now, this is a different client. This is Jonas. Let's see if Jonas does the job. Oh, this is nice. Are you ready? Is she going to pass out again? Okay.
Hi, it's Jonas, the hangar manager. Thanks for taking care of this ferry flight. This X-Cub has to get to Vergiate as soon as possible. The owner's aircraft was in for maintenance, and now that it's fixed, he wants it flown back. His name's Jonas Bertelli, and he is waiting at the destination to pick it up. Fly safe, pilot.
Lima Sierra Mike traffic Cub Crafters Hotel Bravo. Sierra Lima Alpha is taxiing to runway 28.
What, with Evo? Oh, I don't know. I think what will happen with Evo is I have a suspicion that Kunos will have tried to have done too much and more than what anyone actually wanted. Like, AC players, all they want is AC1 physics and force feedback with online ranking, and then cruising people, all they would like is all the game mechanics of cruising and some large cruising maps. But I think Kunos are doing some like crazy procedural stuff and like a whole bunch of things, and you know, all these like random mechanics. It will be probably half executed because they'll have tried to do something like massively complicated rather than and novel, rather than just doing something pre-existing but polished. Yeah, whenever you do procedural stuff, it always ends up looking worse than custom made, and it's because it's always going to just look like a generic thing repeated based off some algorithm, and that algorithm is always going to look somewhat, you know, it's always going to be limited by something. But like, you get to a point where it's actually a lot more work to do a procedural algorithm that works really well than it is to just do it manually for a lot of stuff. Procedural stuff works well for like placing trees and you know, like some of the stuff systems in Microsoft Flight Sim or many games. Procedural works well for like organic stuff like grass, trees, filling things out that are manually done. but they don't work well for like the overall environmental shape of things, or like different types of buildings, or you know what I mean. Like for something that has to be a specific thing, procedural never really works well at the moment. Well, they're not going to do procedurally generated racetracks. It'll be for like public roads. But what the thing is, what's weird is, right, as I say, and it's already been shown, people are really happy with like LA canyons, or like just really large environments that have multiple routes, like the LA canyons and the you know, that the Japanese thing, the motorway, the expressway, and so you just do them. What? I don't know what that is. You just release them as DLCs. People would be happy to pay for them. Shituku. Yeah, I turned them off. You just bind a button to turn them off.
I don't like ACC, but I do like.
I haven't tried gliding. I know we need to do that.
Amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the, or not the best.
Oh, this looks amazing.
Practice, like even F1.
Hey, look at that! It looks incredible. Unbelievable. It's ridiculous. Engine sounds amazing as well. Engine sounds well good. No, they're not making the whole world available. I think they're starting off with large areas and then building them out. I don't know. I'm sure they'll do an announcement. I'm sure they'll, next thing they show off. But yeah, I really get the impression that Kunos. Well, so Marco definitely likes Gran Turismo and that sort of car. I mean, which is what they said as well, like that petrol head car type experience, which is great for cruising stuff. And I don't disagree. I think that's, for a business, that makes sense. I don't know why no other sim developer hasn't focused a realistic game like Test Drive Unlimited, but with realistic physics. It's like so obviously what people have wanted for 20 years. It's actually utterly moronic that developers haven't done it. I understand why they haven't, but like it's pretty dumb that Microsoft or some large publisher hasn't capitalized on it. However, the problem with Kunos is that they're quite a small developer, and they haven't even, no sim developer has managed to get even basic online ranked multiplayer netcode. You know, no sim developers managed to do basic track driving correctly. Netcode online, rating systems, moderation, and that in and of itself is a full-on job for, you know. So, but they've outsourced the multiplayer to what's it called? They partnered with hello Matt. They partnered with SimGrid, so that alleviates a lot of workload, and that's good. But I mean, we'll see. I as I've said, oh, this looks gorgeous. As I said before, I have a real suspicion that it's going to be iRacing that actually nails things. Funnily enough, I think they genuinely will do a new tyre model because they have hired like the right people. And I think if iRacing, imagine what iRacing is now, if they just make the tyres work like tyres and then have R-Factor 2 netcode, that's it. How's anything supposed to compete with that? Are we going to make it through this hole? This is a bit of a crazy flight with this plane. Yeah, I can't climb because we're only going at 62 knots. And the air's getting very thin because our RPMs are almost on the limiter. I will make it. That's why I'm climbing very slowly, because we're actually in the we're fine. There's a nice little gap here. We're reenacting the crash in the Andes. No, this is fine. Like the hill's morphing. As long as the hill doesn't like morph into us, it's all fine. Look at this, it's totally fine. Someone left a hole in the mountains for us. Well, that doesn't help visibility. We haven't even got our instrument rating. And we're flying into, like, mountains. We'll try and fly above the clouds so we can see where we're going. There we go. Yeah, we'll start our own X-Cub Snow Society. We'll have to build a tent out of the plane. Nice flight though. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. God, good God. I think my pilot would have hypothermia because this aircraft isn't pressurized. Oh dear, where's the hill? This is not a pressurized aircraft. And we're at 9,000 foot. Yeah. We would be getting very cold at this point. Some aspects of the clouds look better, some look worse. There's a nice little river up here, that's cool. Like a melt lake. There might be a heater. Yeah, there probably is, but it's partly the oxygen. 9,000 foot. Sound nods. Pass. Ah, the engine's over egging it. There's a little gap in the hill here. Do we have oxygen? Yeah, we don't even have oxygen. Sometimes you can have little hand canisters of oxygen in planes. we're making it over here. I think the hills are the clouds are less defined, so some aspects of them look a bit weird. I think they probably just need to tweak it, to be honest. I'm on a 3080. We're using frame generation, which works really well. These hills look nice. They look different, the snowy hills. Looks amazing. Yeah, it looks amazing. It's well shiny. Have you ever flown over mountains in real life? It's insane. I've only flown over them in a passenger jet quite high up, but they still look crazy. Frame generation, yeah, it's adds in extra frames. It's really good. My plane sounds like it's running out of power. We were at 11,000 foot. I'm trying to... What's... Lazark is at 2,000 foot. Or is it 20? It's at 2,000 foot, right? And that's high enough that it's hard to breathe. Cruising altitude is like 30,000 foot and you can't breathe at that. You'll pass out. $2,000 foot is like having COVID. Well, actually no, not that bad, but... Yeah. How many foot is Mount Everest? Isn't that 24? Or is it higher? This would be a well dangerous flight. Where are we going? 53 nautical miles to go. 29th or 30,000 foot. So top of Everest is cruising altitude for a plane. And at that altitude, I think you've got like half an hour without oxygen before you're screwed. I mean, some people have summited Everest without oxygen. The engine sound is well good. We got loads of fuel. It's one of the career missions they've already selected the fuel. What in a? Are you supposed to have a specific rating to use masks or something? he fell asleep, woke up about to mount it. Are you in the military? Yeah, I've seen like glider pilots with like little mask and Cessna pilots with like little handheld breathers. Obviously, like passenger jets and stuff have them, but. Do you know that video of the military? It's the American Army Air Force, and they get given. It's them getting given the planes they're going to fly, and they're like, "Oh, I've been given an A-10 Warthog. Oh, I've been given a F-35." And can you imagine the ones that are given an absolute dog shit plane? I mean, I guess if you go into it, you would know. Like you'd be like, "Oh, I'm specifically want to fly a fighter jet or whatever, you know. You specifically want to do A-10s, or you specifically want to do cargo." And imagine there's a lot less competition for. Yeah, there'll be. You wouldn't go through the same training to get a cargo plane, you know. You wouldn't need to. But it's just funny. How would I compare? Hello, Mr. Joe Dynamite. How would I compare it to the Brunner? Other than cost, it's got stronger force feedback. It's got more detailed force feedback. The software is easier to use, but the software's a bit inconsistent with certain stuff. You've got a little bit finer control over the software with the Brunner. The motors, if the motors feel better quality than the Brunner motors. I think it's just having the extra strength gives it more dynamic range and more options. When the Brunners are clipping, they start vibrating, whereas if you do clipping on the Moser, you don't really get that sort of clipping vibration. And to be honest, you don't really need to have it clipping, and it doesn't overheat like the Brunner does. If you sustain like a load with the Brunner, it starts overheating and then it goes lower to power. The Moser does that as well, but you never really cause that situation because you could run it at like 4 Newton meters under or 3 Newton meters under. So yeah, it's definitely a lot better. It's definitely worth getting over the Brunner, and also so with Microsoft Flight Sim, I've been able to do G-force effects, which I couldn't do with Flight Sim using the Brunner. I could do G-force effects, I think, in DCS, and with X-Plane you could. But the Brunner software seems to have more telemetry options than the Brunner does from the last time I used the Brunner. But I mean, the Brunner works fine. If you've already got the Brunner and it's all set up, and I don't know if they've done a new software updates, you'd probably be happy with it, but the extra strength that you get, and I'm also using the extension. So the extension thing on this, because it's got more strength, it means that you don't lose detail by having that extension, which is really nice. Whereas on the Brunner, obviously it's already reasonably weak. Also, stuff like vibrations and things feel a bit nicer, like the frequency of the vibrations for engine vibrations feel like somewhat dampened but then feel more natural, whereas the frequency of the vibration settings on the Brunner, which you can tweak and change, but they kind of feel a bit higher pitch, higher frequency. So I think there's less, it might be smaller, it might be the smaller motors, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the Moser just is much better. It's like half the price and basically does the same thing, but better. So, but the Moser software definitely needs, yeah, you've got rotation, but the Z-axis rotation is not very good because it's like the spring is too loose, and then it also has like a stop point that it springs to. It'd be much better if it was just stiffer, and then it wasn't like a dead zone. It'd be better if it was stiffer and then it kind of just smoothly went from one side to the other. So the Z-axis thing isn't very good. But it works, it's just not very good. It's an option though. Shum 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 shum. So there you go. I'll do a first impressions video explaining what I've just said to you, but like relevant points at some point. If you do get a Moser, make sure to use our affiliate link because I get a percentage of the sale, so it helps pay my electric bills. 42 nautical miles to go. We've gone over the bulk of the hills. This game is too bright. I don't know how you turn it down. The brightness of this game is ridiculous. The whites need to be reduced and the blacks could be made higher, and then the yellow, there's too much yellow in the scene. You could use that NVIDIA thing to fix a colour. Yeah, you can also do time acceleration if you want to zoom through, but you got to be careful because you can accidentally fly faster than the speed of sound into the ground, which I haven't done. The game, it needs, I would say, if you're not like a Mega Sim fan person, minimum I would give it 3 months. Probably, if you want to play it safe, I would wait 6 months, and I think in 6 months time Flight Sim 24 will be really good. I think that's how long it'll take for them to get rid of all the dumb stuff that's in the game and polish it out. If you're impatient, I would say 2 months at a minimum. I do run my screen a little bit brighter, generally speaking, because most games are too dark. But everything else on the screen is perfect. It's just the whites on this. I normally run with a little bit of extra gamma because I prefer being able to see stuff clearly. Yeah, when you forward time on this, it does have some bugs from forwarding time. Like it thinks you've passed over the top of an airfield when you haven't. I've been getting good performance with this. Like this has run better for me than Flight Sim 20 did. But yeah. The frame generation is a game changer. What do you mean by change calibration? Oh well, they've improved it in this Rise compared to Flight Sim 20. Like the ground handling is a little bit more responsive and direct. It's not mental, but the tail wheel doesn't really affect it in the same way as you might expect. At least it's not completely mental. In Flight Sim 20, the ground handling is just bonkers. The ground handling was a lot better in DCS and X-Plane than Microsoft Flight Sim. But compared to in Flight Sim 20, it's like the wheels didn't have friction on the road surface, so you would turn and then the plane didn't respond to, like, it wasn't like the tyres were gripping the road. It would, like, they would just slide around. But then, you know, the aspect of well, I mean, with this plane, the tail is connected to the oh no, it's not, is it? I thought the wheel on this is connected to the rudder. No, it is. It is. So Yeah, it's it doesn't have the thing where with the tail dragger where the plane turns and then the wheel's friction then gets it stuck, and then you have to like undo the stuck wheel, if that makes sense, by rolling forwards and then putting the pedal in and then rolling out of the angle of the tail wheel like a stuck shopping trolley wheel. It overrides that, but at least. So yeah, it's not realistic, but at least it works on the ground kind of okay. But whereas in Flight Sim 2020, it was like the wheels didn't have friction at all. So I think this is a good compromise. To be honest, like I think weirdly, IL2 has really good ground handling, from what I remember. Compromise is not good at... Well, it's if you can't do it properly, it's better to give the player control. That's all. Like, it's really bad in Flight Sim 2020 where you just don't have the control over it properly. It does weird shit. To be honest, I'd imagine if a mod plane, given that they've got... It seems like the tyre friction works properly. I think they just need a mod team to take advantage of it. No, but I'm saying you don't have control because it's broken in Flight Sim 20 because the friction doesn't work with the tyres. So it doesn't respond to the... It just doesn't work properly. Like all the wheels are like sliding on the runway or the taxiway, weirdly. They just don't have the right amount of friction. It's got a worse tyre model than iRacing. This actually has independent wheel locking up simulation as well, actually, which is quite good. It's something, at least. Well, I don't know. But as I said, I think the tyre friction is alright now in this. I think it's something else with the design of the plane, like when the plane's modelled, I think you just have to, it has to be set up correctly so that the player input on the rudder doesn't just overwrite the behaviour of the wheel instantly, if that makes sense. So, probably be a mod. The big thing now, though, is at least it seems to me, from my little bit of experimentation, Flight Sim 20 had a massive issue from when the wheels were on the ground, and then as you took off, it was like a binary switch rather than a gradual transition from being on the ground to in the air. So there used to be like, oh, the plane's on the ground, oh, now it's in the air. So rather than as you have less weight on the tyres, there's less friction. So that seems to work a lot better now. Hello, Dan YouTube. Dan YouTube, YT. So yeah, no, to do the tail dragging thing, it's probably just a case of getting the friction number correct on the plane, so that the effect of the wheel is larger or has more of an effect than the rudder pedal input. That's probably what I guess. So it might be, as I say, at least it's got enough grip there. Yeah, well, I'd say, yeah, it probably is a bit too stable now, but I don't care. Like, as long as it's not like stupid like it was in the previous one. As I say, I think X-Plane does a lot better for that kind of stuff, or did seem that way from what I remember. Do tail draggers still love to go nose? Yeah, they will do if you brake too hard, yeah. That's why having like graduated brakes or toe brakes is pretty handy. Thing is, in real life, you would feel that the planes that you would really have a good feel of the the braking G-forces. Whereas in a sim, there's like no feeling, so it's a lot easier to do in sims, I think, accidentally. The brakes on planes are pretty stiff as well normally. Yeah, you have to. There's a delay when you push the brake as well, which is a bit stupid in this. When it's doing brake as a button, like you push it and then it waits and then it starts going down. But you can set a value, so you could have a button bound that sets like say 15% brake or 10% brake. That might be a good way of doing it. Fine with the racing line on. Yeah, well we've got multiple racing lines. There's one in the top corner. There's one in the cockpit. I'm just doing this to see the distance to where the airfield is, to be honest. But we've got 4 racing lines. Top left, on the display down here, the purple line there. Then we've got this tablet as well. All the racing lines. What's funny is this one doesn't actually... Oh no, it is lining up. In other missions, that didn't line up with it. Well, the real plane simcade. So that's what it's turned into. We're almost at this runway though, which is nice. This is your captain speaking. We'll soon be arriving at the gate, where we'll be dropping off the aircraft to its owner after having taken a shit in the seat. LOL. Of course, that was an accidental defecation due to high altitude sickness. LOL. There you go, it's a pilot message. Got 21 nautical miles here. This looks fantastic. Oh wow! I don't load anything up. We've just left the we've just left the Alps here. It puts me to sleep playing this. Sounds like a lawnmower. Crazy how mountain ranges are. Oh, we could have added more mixture. Probably just leave it at that. When we were struggling before. When you're at higher altitude, you need to run leaner, right? Because there's not enough oxygen. So you have to have the oxygen to fuel mixture correct. So at higher altitudes, you need leaner fuel. At lower altitudes, you can have richer fuel, I think. Otherwise, it just doesn't. Yeah, there's less air density, less oxygen. So less density, less mixture. Is it still the same? If it's less dense, there's going to be less oxygen. Right? Get the Googling going. Still 21%, but the is less. relative to the amount of fuel. Therefore, less oxygen. So yeah, it's the same amount of oxygen relative to the rest of the gases in, like, was it nitrogen, oxygen, what else is in the atmosphere? Hydrogen. Yeah, it's still the same percentage relative to the other stuff, but it'll be less dense. Therefore, it'll be less oxygen relative to the amount of fuel. So you put less fuel in because it's the oxygen specifically that is required for the fuel reactor. It's the oxygen and the fuel causing the combustion primarily. So that's what I believe. Well, the methane's from me. I'm sorry, guys. that's all me. I'm sorry. It's time I come clean. What is this? Huge river. Is this Switzerland? Why is my RPM too high? We're like 80% throttle. Can I improve the cockpit shadows? Yeah, I don't think I have them on max. Well, a modern aircraft could do the get the mixture entirely optimized for the conditions. Yeah, for sure they do. They'll just run really super efficient. Why are we losing speed? The plane feels like it's struggling for some reason. We need a separate RPM control. Oh, we're only at 66% power. If I put more power, the RPMs go too high. Yeah, it needs a higher gear. 8 nautical miles. What a journey it's been, guys. You do feel with this game like you've travelled long distances, which is really weird. I need a cup of tea. Need some biscuits. There's the airfield there. We'll just fly straight at it. Unless we want to... No, we should be able to... I think we might... I might want us to land on the other runway. Yeah, the Moser joystick though is fantastic. Like for playing this game, having force feedback makes it so much more enjoyable to play. Like, because you can feel what the aircraft's doing, you got the engine vibrations. It just makes it way more immersive. It's crazy that force feedback joysticks just aren't normal. Like it's actually insane because it adds so much, especially with Flight Sim 2020 coming out. It adds so much to the game. It would add a lot to any game.
Lima India,
it is.
Lima Golf Traffic Cub Crafters Hotel Bravo. Sierra Lima Alpha 5 miles north, 3,400 feet inbound to land runway tree 4.
Look, runway 34. Hang on, what's this? Oh, we've got to land the other way around. Hang on. This wants us to go this way. And then fly around. What is going on? What on earth? These are broken. Totally messed up. I know, I see what's going on now. It's a bit weird that you would fly right over the runway to then... I mean, I guess you're above it. You're above the planes taking off and landing. But still, you would have thought that initially you'd fly... It'd be off to the side of it. I guess we're flying over the middle. That seems alright, actually. How is it? I know. How is it? Yeah, so in America they fly right over the middle of the runway at altitude, but in Europe they tend to be either side of the runway or like on the side that you're going to land at. Americans, guys, are crazy. But you know, I guess it doesn't really matter if like everyone knows that's what's going on. It's a totally new game, but it has a lot of similarities with the previous one. Welcome to the chat, Lewis Sachs 86 as well. We're just landing in I don't even know. Somewhere. We're landing. We're completing a mission. It's been an adventure. I enjoy the flying in this, to be honest. And having the missions means that you actually have a structure to follow, which is really good. And then you've got progress, so you've got something to come back to and progress, and then explore new things. It's just delivered in a really bad way. That's all. You can, yeah. You can walk around the Nordschleife as well. This is just a delivery mission for this aircraft. Well, we've just flown over mountains without any like we've not got the instrument rating. The weather's like cloudy. We've flown over a bloody mountain range at an altitude where you need oxygen in this aircraft. I don't think we're too concerned like with the rules here. We almost died. Oh, it's totally fine. Could do that. Yeah, but we did almost die, so... Wow, so that means you can't fly in Britain then. Nice one, Paul. Seems like we're announcing the final very late.
Lima India Lima Golf traffic Cub craft is Hotel Bravo. Sierra Lima Alpha is on final runway tree 4 to land.
Hello? Hello? On rails? Where's it going? Yeah, that's on rails. We're dragging the wings. Yeah, on rails. Yeah, that was on rails. Oh, it was fine. The wings are designed to scrape along the ground in this aircraft. Perfectly natural. They do actually have things on the end of the wings, so you can do that. I mean, it's not optimal, but they do actually have like stuff on them. No, I was well under control, Rise. That was a great textbook landing. I don't know what you're talking about. That's how it's done. I think we can all agree that we nailed that. I just was putting on a display for you guys to see what it's like. The owner wanted he just got his plane repaired, and now his wings are all smashed up. Well, that's what you get for not paying me. Oh no! Did you just go straight into the gliders? Oh, I'm saving it.
Lima India Lima Golf Traffic Hub Craft is Hotel Bravo. Sierra Lima Alpha is taxiing to parking.
No, it's not crashed at all. Oh no, actually, it has like 1,000,000 times. Yes. We've had like 40 crashes. We've had 2 mission fails, thanks to the game crashing. Oh, before feedback stop. This is a weird Moser thing. Sometimes you have to reselect the game telemetry and then it works again. I need to find a way for me to mount my rudder pedals on the rig. So I have the really nice Thrustmaster.
I know repositioning flights are not always easy missions, but you did a solid job and I appreciate it.
Yeah, I also...
Welcome to Vergiate. I'm Mr. Bertelli. I'm really happy to get my plane back, but I have a feeling the flight might have been tough. I'd be ashamed to get it back in poor condition right after maintenance.
Wow, we did fly over a mountain range, and we did also smash the wings into the ground. But other than that, it was pretty textbook. Yeah, about that. Respect the conditions. Ah, you can't win everything. Bloody. We got money, that's all that matters. No, we're losing reputation. Oh no, our rep's falling through the floor. Bloody hell, we're getting a Reppers Game of Muscle Airways. The airways that smashes up your fixed plane. Serves him right though. He's not paying. He's taking so much money off me. You can choose high quality, fast, or cheap. That's it. These bloody bastards don't want to pay us. This is what they get. They get their wings smashed in. Oh, what's happened here? Can't. Well, what? We've got these, but we can't do them. We ain't got no missions to do. We need to save up bloody 7,500 credits. I know, instrument rating. 10,000 credits we need. Yeah, like when this doesn't crash, it's good fun. And it's, you know, it's fun doing the challenges. But the design, the structure of it, I mean, 3 months more development, and this could have been the best game to have come out in like 10 years. That's the thing. That's what's so bad about this. 3 to 6 months more development, and this would have been probably the best game of the decade. In terms of like scale, graphics, being able to play through stuff, things to do, multiplayer. But because it's all shitted up with the loading and the bugs and the crashing and the single player. You just had 20 glider pilots racing in the Pyrenees. Oh, just imagine how good it's going to feel, Jorg, with the force feedback joystick. Yeah, Marketing department would have had a breakdown. Wouldn't it make sense as well, right? As a gameplay mode, or part of the game, it takes a screenshot of the mission you've just done and then puts that screenshot on the board behind you as an image. So you have photographs of the stuff that you've just done around you or something, rather than just these arbitrary things. Like you could just have the big one be whatever you just did. It has a photograph that's just a screenshot of the game. Wouldn't that be cool? Sorry, silly idea. Me and my creativity. Are you on 3 screens? No, I'm just using 1 screen. Can you see the old Microsoft Flight Sim covers on the corkboard to the left? No. Oh, we're doing more missions here. I need to get some music on. Oh dear, this is like such a weird game. Ah, the walking convinced him. If I had one of these planes on my ceiling, rather than using 3 bits of... Well, first of all, I'd probably use fishing wire. Or just one... I'd balance it and I'd use 1 wire from the middle like that. Yeah, 1 bit of fishing wire from the middle maybe. Might be quite hard to balance. As a kid, I had one of those planes that you could put on your ceiling and it flew around in circles. That was awesome. Yeah, I might buy a treadmill and then walk around the Nordschleife as a live stream. Seems like a really dumb thing to do. That could be fun. But the ceiling's not high enough in here, I don't think, for me to do it down here. So I'd probably, because I'd have to be crouched, because this ceiling's the same height as me. So I'd have to do it in another room. But I could probably use Steam. What's that thing called? You know, the Steam. What's it called? You know, the Steam thing. And I could wirelessly connect to the game with a gamepad. Yeah, thanks Novotny, big help. Steam Link, yeah. Unrealistic refund immediately. You're on 2 minds about it. Just get the Game Pass, Halsey, and give it a go on that. But yeah, I would just give it a few months. It's only going to get better. It would be a hard task. You have 2 factors. You have the game that a developer decides to make, and that there's a skill in choosing how complex and how difficult and how novel you decide to design your game in the first place. So that is a skill, and that's a degree of competency. And you could, and then you've got the ability to execute that, and then the time and the funding to execute that. Now, Asobo are very, very talented developers. They like I've chatted with them. I know that they're not idiots. Like, you can tell that they are really senior developers. The history of Asobo as well. They've done like loads of like random projects and stuff. They're like they're a good games. They're good developers, right? But I think there has been overreach with this game in terms of them trying to do too much stuff or trying to be too creative with the single player stuff and many things. And then either that was too creative for what they could do within the time frame that they set, or they've just not been given enough amount of time by the publisher or whoever's set the release date. That's the for some reason, because there is no reason that this should have been released on the release date that it came out, because it just isn't ready. So there's the only reason is that someone's decided, well, we need to release it because we've already decided that's the date we need to release it for whatever reason. Who knows what the underlying reason is? Maybe when it comes to, well, obviously it's to make money, but maybe the servers, maybe the servers are expected to have more load in December, and so they can't, they can't use that, or whatever they've specified for when they would launch. Maybe the marketing was locked in, maybe a whole bunch of stuff was all like locked in. So that's it. That's the date. It's all locked in. No, well, they said that they had a problem with the cache size for their database, but then that's still their fault. Like, yeah, obviously you design it and you go, how does this work? We think this is going to be enough, and this is based on our predictions. But that's still bad design if it doesn't work. It's not like, it's really weird when companies give a technical explanation as if it's an actual explanation that's satisfactory, and it's like, so like for example, all the roads to Dover are blocked by lorries. Oh, the reason is because there's a lorry protest going on, and that's why they're blocked, and it's a 2-lane motorway. It's like, yeah, that's the reason. However, it's not the actual reason. The actual reason is that the country has exited a customs union without sufficient planning, which is the responsibility of XYZ politician and God knows which business interests that force through BS propaganda to convince the general public to then vote against their interests under the guise of it being democratic, but actually for the benefit of a few billionaires to avoid tax from the from EU regulation. But they just stop at it's blocked because the road has lorries on it. It's like, well, that's not the reason, is it? And that's the, so it's a form of lying, effectively. Well, being honest but obfuscating the truth. But that's all separate. Like the thing is, the server stuff, that's one issue. The game not running at launch, it is somewhat excusable that a game has way more people sign on to it and load it up at launch than you thought. Like, even if you provisioned for 2, 3, 4 times as much, fine, a lot more people accessed it. Well, you would then have to say, well, hang on a minute, haven't you ever launched video games before? Isn't it possible that you would expect the game to potentially have way more people come to it than you would originally expect? That's not like a new thing. It's 2024. We've had online games for like 20 years. So there's that. And then there's... well, would you not... If you're going to launch the game, launch it staggered anyway, or do an actual early access. They did do a technical beta, but not that... I don't think as many people signed up to it. But then, separate to all of that, that's the online stuff, which, fine, you could say, look, it caught them by surprise, cock-ups happen, and they've tried their best to sort it out in 1 or 2 days, which is pretty responsive. So, that's one thing. That's one single thing. I put that in a separate category to the single-player bugs that we've been experiencing, like the weird voice thing, the auto-failing missions, the sheer number of game crashes, the random airfields that aren't appropriate to actually be used in the single player. There's the design of the user interface, the design of the single player structure, the design of the credit system. There's people that don't realise they haven't got insurance, then they crash, and then they can't get a plane again. So there's full-on basic game design failure with the single player, which comes from from launching the game too early without enough testing, QA, and just stupid game design, like the UI as well. There's just like stuff in it that's really bad design, especially for what's supposed to be a console game as much as it is a PC game. So and then like the button binding, a whole bunch of options not working. So clearly the game, anybody that's done any games development can see that this game is effectively, at best, an alpha that's been publicly released, probably pre-alpha. So something has happened at some point where Microsoft the publishing part of Microsoft, or someone has said it has to come out at this date, regardless of where it's at. And I think, so one form of games development that happens now is developers develop a game so that you always effectively have somewhat of a viable product. It's only as it's viable, but it's not really feature complete and stuff. But you develop so that when you run out of development time, at the point you run out of development time, that's the game that you put live, and you've developed it in a specific way such that at any point, like even if you've not met all the goals that you're actually aimed for, you still have a viable product. And I feel that's the kind of that's the kind of process that Asobo go with. And then the idea is, well, you can update it and fix it as well online, so it's not the end of the world if there's stuff broken. But with that in mind, you should never have full-on game crashing, and basic gameplay stuff should still work. Like, you shouldn't have people levitating outside the vehicles. You should always have those kind of bugs nipped in the bud early on. Like the structural, the integrity of the game should already be there, and each time you add a new thing, you make sure it's not affecting those other things. So that's clearly gone wrong. I mean, I'm glad I'm not a game developer. I'm obviously, like, the thing is, I do have a lot of sympathy for the developers, because I know how insane games development is. You have to be a complete idiot to be a games developer. You have to actually be stupid. Like, fair enough, people that own the companies and that make good money, and some people enjoy it, that's fantastic. But for your average employee, your people on sub 100k salaries, you have to be a complete idiot to do that. Like, the amount of shit in games development. I mean, the stuff that I saw years ago when I was doing more game development stuff in studios, the staff exploitation, the outright abuse, the not even paying properly, not having like plans and provisions in place for staff, outright exploitation of staff, where you take advantage, not me, but these companies would take advantage of programmers and artists that they knew were sort of the type of people that were psychologically a little bit weak, or a little bit not assertive, personality types that aren't particularly strong personality types, but they're good at programming, or they're good at art. They would absolutely be exploited emotionally, where they would go, "Oh, you're a great programmer. That's the guy." To the degree where you would have programmers that were really good programmers that should have been on between 80 to 200,000 a year. They would be working for 30 to 60,000 a year, and studios would be like, "Oh, we know this guy's good. He will help you with this project." And another studio, another business would basically loan an employee that should be being paid. Like, doing mental hours. Or they should have employed decent programmers that were paid more in the first place, rather than shuffling around some programmer that they're abusing. And there was so much of that stupid shit happening. And these are big companies doing this as well. I'm not talking about... There was a lot of bullshit with indie companies that are doing sub-licensed projects. I'm not going to say names, but they're big, well-known companies doing this kind of stuff. Like AAA developers. So hopefully it's improved now, because it's a few years back. But I bet it hasn't. I guarantee it hasn't. Because businesses will always exploit people that are that are nice people. That's just how capitalism works. Anyway, and that's the business rant. There you go, guys. Oh dear. Your nephew's in game development now. A company he worked for didn't pay them for 3 months.
Good job, mate. Good job.
Yeah, good job, mate. Because the game release didn't perform as well as they'd hoped, so they had to withhold pay to survive. Yeah. So the thing is, though, I personally, I have a lot of sympathy for outright indie developers that are like a bunch of guys that are trying to start a studio, and you know, it's themselves sacrificing themselves and they're not paying themselves, but they've all agreed to do that, so it's fine. The problem is when you have like companies that do double A or double A battery, you know, you've got like AAA studios, but you know, you've got like studios that are doing mainstream titles that are structured businesses. They have like HR, they, you know, they're large companies, and they are doing complete bullshit. That's where it's, I think, a really, really big problem. So, yeah, it's really common in creative industries. Like, you'll see it in anything which is an industry that, like, you'll see it in animation, film. I'm sure it happens in theatre. You'll see, you know, anything where it's a job which is presented as like, oh, you're so lucky to be doing this job. It's bullshit. Like, you are lucky to be doing some jobs. Like, I'm really lucky to do what I do, and I've been lucky in the past with certain projects and things, and that's really lucky, but you still should be getting paid. Oh dear. It's the way that business and capitalism in general can be so predatory, and then people pretend that it isn't. It's mental. Yeah. Well, because there is also there are things sometimes you do actually have to work for not be paid fairly sometimes, but very rarely. But there are certain specific things where the upfront is actually does pay off, but it's very rare and it's very specific scenarios, so that muddies it even more. Are hardware reviews really worth it? Yeah, you can make shitloads of money doing... Do you mean like sim hardware reviews? You can make an absolute packet. I think you have to like... You have to be... You don't actually play any games. You don't actually fully test the hardware out. And you have to build a platform. But yeah, you can make a lot of money doing hardware reviews, especially if you get people to use your affiliate links and stuff. And you absolutely, if you just grind it, and you know, yeah, but you have to sort of, if you have to get positioned so that you have to be doing it early-ish for whatever niche it is with the hardware reviews, and then you also have to just grind it to the extent where you're probably not actually using the hardware that much to really be able to give really informed reviews. It's basically the most profitable thing is to effectively just do unboxing, really. Or the fortunate thing with Sims is that pedals and wheels are all pretty okay, so it's not like you've not really got to a point where one product is massively different from another, so that if you reviewed it saying it's okay, that you've just endorsed something that's complete shit. So, you know, because at the end of the day, the cheapest pedals on the market are better than real race car pedals. The cheap 12 Nm DD wheels are well above like what's required. So as a result, review channels are basically going, here's a product, yes, it works within the general range of what you'd expect it to work, here's some arbitrary pros and cons. You know, it's fine. It's a form of advertising, really, presented as reviewing. And that's what you'll see with most tech, like the mobile phone stuff. I mean, look at even the good reviewers like Marquis Brownlee, MKBD. Just look at how uncritical his videos are and how much he's made millions, hundreds of millions. Look at, maybe not hundreds of millions, but many millions. Look at like a whole bunch of the tech channels. Even ones that want to do like Linus Tech Tips, right? I think they actually want to make good content and they like doing stuff, but it's literally turned into unbox therapy. Like, look at the sim racing video they did recently. It's like, oh, but basically you can. What's happened is they know that other YouTuber, the car YouTuber guy, was probably in the area. So they're like, oh, hang on, there's an opportunity for us to make a video. Right, we got the, we know that Moser and these other companies would have got kit. Well, someone will in the office will like line it all up. Here's the products. Here's the rig. This is how much we're going to charge them for marketing it. It's Doug, isn't it? Doug is in the vicinity. Right, we'll get him. We will have him in here for a day. We've got the film crew, blah blah blah. And yeah, we're basically the video is I'll unbox everything, stick it on the rig, and say it's pretty good. It's just it's unboxing and showing stuff. That's what that is. That's its own thing. But that's where most of the money is build an audience and then basically unbox as much stuff as you can. And Linus worked this out really early on, back in like 2010 or something. He would just unbox shitloads. He'd go, oh, here's a new CPU cooler, and then he would open it on the camera and go, yep, it's got this cooling rating, it does this, put it on, yeah, it worked well, right, next product. I don't do hardware reviews, Floydam, really. I only because I'm an idiot and I'm bad at business, I only really cover stuff that I like or I'm interested in. So that's it. That's why I've got this Moser joystick, because it's actually genuinely good. So I was like, immediately when I knew that Moser were working on the force feedback joystick, I was immediately messaging them, because I already knew before, because I'd obviously researched who's likely doing stuff. It's why I bought the Brunner joystick years ago, like 5-6 years ago, so I knew I'd be in a position to be able to review other force feedback joysticks and understand the whole thing. So most reviewers don't do that because it's not profitable. It's a stupid way of doing things. But to me, that's a genuine way of doing things. Look at car reviews as well. They're exactly the same. It's like, oh, I've just got this new Porsche. Oh, yes. And then they'll drive it around the country roads. They don't take it to a track. They don't even actually drive it quickly. They just drive it on some country roads and they go, oh, the gear shifting's really smooth. Oh, it really turns nicely. Oh, but the boot doesn't have much space in it. It's like, what? It's so stupid. So dumb. Yeah. And no real comparison between other products or anything. It's basically unboxed. Yeah, it is unbox therapy. Is the ultimate. That's basically the best that you could do is unbox therapy if your goal is to make money, and then there'll be a gradient of people doing more or less of that. But the less they do of unbox therapy, the more they're wasting money. So then they're financially motivated, generally speaking, to do as much unbox therapy as possible, because anything against that is going against their business interests. I've just bought this 80k car. Yeah. Anyway, it's all good fun. That's the industry. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Bright Candle. If you've got affiliate links, are you going to cover lower end stuff that's probably repeated and not that novel? Or, here's a company that has a £2,000 direct drive wheel where you get, I don't know, between 2 and 20% affiliate. I wonder which product they're going to be more interested in. It's like, oh, this company makes products that sell on the consoles as well as PC, and that means that there's going to be 500 times the sales. I wonder which product is going to get reviewed first. Will it be the one that releases on console with the affiliate link for that product? Why are they excited for that product over this other product? Let's do some detective work on this. Oh, we love Black Friday, guys. Is it because they actually like Black Friday? Or is it because, people tend to use more affiliate links then? Oh, dear. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Yeah, but the problem is, if you don't engage with it, you lose a lot of money. So I understand why people do it. You're stupid not to do it. You're an idiot not to approach it that way. Like we live in a capitalist world. Why not just print money? Why you'd have to be an idiot? Yeah, but that's how it works. So that's just the world. And I mean, even with the Microsoft Flight Sim stuff, it's weird that... Well, it's not weird. You wonder why mainstream channels have not done videos where they've gone, guys, the launch of this game is really not acceptable. Yeah, I think our affiliate link works with... they should work with anything, yeah. I think. Don't see why not. But yeah... do you think you're going to get... When Microsoft do Microsoft Flight Sim 28, or whatever the next Flight Sim is, do you think the YouTubers that do a video saying that the launch of the previous game was a complete shit show, do you think marketing companies are going to reach out to them? I don't think they will. Ad revenue's actually gone up in a lot of ways on YouTube because of the amount of adverts they shovel down people's throats. There's a myth that ad revenue's gone down. It hasn't. It's actually got better in many ways. Depends what you do. Yeah, I mean, YouTube has too many adverts and doesn't pay enough, but... in general, YouTubers have been critical of it, but not like... So, look at the YouTubers that are the ones that are like the really big YouTube channels. As I say, MKBD type stuff. The more sort of polished... The more polished channels... The ones that have studios, the only time you really get them being critical is that they sugarcoat the critical stuff, and they only say stuff when 90% of the background noise is negative, because then it's safe for them to do it, because, well, the absolute consensus, and it's so obviously that it would go against their interests. Basically, what they decide to talk about and what they present is based off consensus, not based off actually critically, consistently analysing reality. Because that's the game, is to follow consensus and ride the consensus. That's always going to be the safest position, financially. Well, so Asobo are separate to marketing companies. Where would I recommend to buy a pre-built PC from? You're not confident? I would try, Dan, I'd just build one yourself. You might not be confident in it, but it's really easy, and it's going to save you a lot of effort in the future building it yourself, and it's really not hard, and there's so many YouTube videos, and you just go to like PC Part Picker and look for a specification, or even ask on our Discord what's a good recommended thing for your budget, and it is literally like putting together Lego bricks, and ultimately it will save you so much time and money that it's just worth it, because you know, like if you had a problem in the future, instead of having to send it off, well, it is like you plug it into a okay, figuratively very similar. Look, I'm gonna figuratively, figuratively you. Right, I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'm gonna get a cup of tea. I'm gonna literally have a cup of tea. Avo, I'm literally going for a cup of tea and I'll be back in a minute. Hello? Hello there. Hello? Ah. Woo.
Thomas A. Edison, the inventor of the phonograph,
Ah. Some yogurt. Hello? Well done. Don't slap around Shumi. Why are you slapping around Shumi? On what? You didn't know Shubi's just joking, right? Well, can't talk anymore. Alright, let's go. We do another mission. I don't know how much we need to get. UK West. Edward, you need to hang on. Are you on the Steam version? What worked for me? Shum. Hang on, let me get. Oh, is this not working? Oh no, my mouse isn't working. Oh great. Oh, here we go. Hang on, are you on YouTube? Or you're on YouTube? You need to delete the files in here. Yeah, you need to find this folder. So that, whatever that folder is for you, the streamed packages folder, and then I moved them all into a folder called backup, one backup, and then when I loaded into the game, it seemed to work after that. I think what it does is it deletes all that will delete all the streamed content, which allows it to re-download. I think the problem is that when the game came out, it may be corrupted the files. So all the server issues, it might not have downloaded them. Who knows? But what missions have we got? New specialization, cargo transport. Let's go. Okay. Don't think so. Oh, what's this? I can't do them though, they're like bloody miles away. Not available. Not available. Oh! I can do this one. Oh, I can do some of these. Let's do this. Ville Lenore. Transport goods. Here we go, guys. Our first goods transportation. Let's go. Do I need to reconnect my joystick as well? I think we need to reconnect the joystick.
Hi there. It's Widad. Now.
Yeah, I know the feeling. It can be very frustrating with how ridiculous it is.
That you're all set up, let me go over the important details with you. Loose cargo on board. This is a very important shipment for one of our clients. Needs to get to Mbadifo Tatra promptly. Our sensitive cargo containers are built to handle slight turbulence, but maintain a constant flight speed and adapt to changing conditions. Prompt and safe delivery is key for the success of our business. You have all the pertinent information in your flight packet as a reminder. Safe travels.
Foxtrot Mike November, Charlie Traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Tango Hotel Echo is taxiing to runway 29er.
It's totally not illegal substances. Totally, it's all legal. Totally legitimate substances. 100% unquestionably legitimate. Now, me saying it like that makes it sound like otherwise. But it's totally legitimate. These nondescript boxes. Complete, absolutely
November,
legitimate.
Charlie Traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Tango Hotel Echo taking off runway 29er south departure.
Specialty delivery, here we go. Well, exciting. Where are we? In Hawaii or something? Oh, we have to taxi all the way down the bottom and then turn around. Turn around! Every now and then a turn around. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this Gamer Muscle Airways delivery. We're going to be delivering completely legal substances. Those of you that have joined us for the flight, please make sure that you keep your seatbelts fastened and do not look inside any of the packages, as they are completely legal. It looks like the weather's going to be nice and clear today as we depart from wherever we are. I don't know where we are, but I was blindfolded when I picked this up, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a nice clean flight, nice clear flight, low turbulence. We do seem to have a technical issue with the aircraft, resulting in a bizarre oscillation left and right. Don't worry about that, it's perfectly normal. But thank you for choosing Gamer Muscle delivery services. We do have a duty-free selection on board of tea and shortbread. And do be aware that if you look inside any of the packages, you'll be pushed out of the door. So again, don't look in the packages. And if you're watching this live, you can of course click the like button, you can follow, you can link your Amazon Prime to subscribe on Twitch for free. That is available to you guys if you hate yourselves. We're now going to make a Yui and get ready for takeoff.
Okay, let's go.
Straight onto the power, there she goes. We don't do any shortcuts. Are we in Jamaica? Madagascar. We're totally delivering white powder in the form of sugar. The company needs this one to go well. The company. Off we go. Climb to 15,000 foot. It's a lot of feet to climb. Ambidodifa. Amboditifa. 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 There's been some leakage. Nice countryside. Everyone's got a cup of tea. I'm going to power down a little bit. We're zooming. Only 31 nautical miles. No, but have you tried in VR using with frame generation? We're using the we got this right, the Moser. We're using the Moser R12. We're almost there, guys. We're using the Moser AB9 force feedback joystick, which is amazing, absolutely incredible. Full force feedback. G-forces, turbulence, engine, prop, ground effects, air effects. Unbelievable. Incroyable. Yeah, wait, can you use frame generation with VR? Or does it end up being weird? No, I've not used triples. I would have thought frame generation could be a good option for VR, but I guess that's what what's it called? Asynchronous spacewalk kind of does. I do have track IR, but I don't like to use it. It makes me motion sick. Yeah, asynchronous space warp is basically a form of frame generation, so... Yeah, if you for flight sim, if you can force asynchronous space warp to always be on, it's probably quite good because you're not ever really doing crazy stuff. It's just driving sims and stuff. It's a bit of a problem. Because in the driving sims, you'll see there's like lots of ghosting artifacts, and you get some like weird timing issues. But they don't. It doesn't matter so much with the flight sim because everything's happening very slowly anyway. Flight sim is more about resolution. Basically, you need the resolution quality to be there, and then just consistency. That's why even on a monitor you can play flight sims at like 45 FPS reasonably. Unless it's like fighter jets. But like for light aircraft and passenger jets, 45 FPS is actually totally usable. I mean, I'd want more, but it's passable. You're not really reacting to stuff, you're more just nicely chilling out. It's the Moses joystick, yeah. It's the same joystick as the one that's with the HOTAS Warthog. It's slightly lighter. The Thrustmaster stick is better quality, but the Moser one feels exactly the same and works exactly the same. The buttons are a little bit more clicky, but the Thrustmaster one feels more like feels more solid. But it's totally, it doesn't really matter either way. Oh, the throttle's the Thrustmaster throttle. The Moser throttle is probably going to come out in Q1 next year. Oh, this is awesome. I like the colour of this aircraft. Converter? What do you mean? You can use the Thrustmaster one if you want to. It's the same socket. The flight sim equipment tends to all use the same socket. I don't know if the buttons work the same. They should do. Maybe you have to install some other software, but I wouldn't even bother though. The Moser one's got some extra buttons on it, so for me that makes it better. How's that, Edward? What is it, like a normal... The screen stays like a normal screen, you mean? Why are you timing yourself out for 10 minutes? What is going on? You know, with Virtual Desktop, I really like the oh no, naughty boy. Virtual Desktop, I really like the sitting room space you have, where you can see out the window in the flat and it's like a video on the outside, but it's such a high quality scene. It looks amazing. Most stuff in VR does not look that good. It's crazy. Yeah, because I was looking out the door. I was looking out the window. Arturo Gomez Racing, thanks for following. I was looking out the window and just watching the traffic. And I was just like, oh, this actually looks almost real. It's crazy. No. What's GOFS? I know but we're doing things properly because we're sim pilots. We do stuff seriously here. We don't cheat. We're delivering packages for some people that we didn't ask any questions about. We don't know what's in the boxes, and we don't need to know. Nobody needs to know. We are just delivering these boxes that we are being paid to deliver a suspiciously high amount. But don't worry about that. $14 kilometers. No. Don't need to know. Exactly. We're paid to fly the plane. That's what I do, and we don't even do that very well. But we get stuff to where it needs to go. Well, that's all that matters. Got this nice airport down here, 12 nautical miles. Got a bit high, so we're going to swoop down a bit here. Whee! No, because they would get wet, wouldn't they? How do I make the red pop-ups? I'm using a special version of the game that only sexy Brits get access to. My whole user interface is red. It's called Sexy British Mode. Sobo programmed it in just for me, which is nice. $8 miles. This has been a nice little flight, this. Nice and chill. Problem is my mouse keeps wobbling. I need a separate table to put my mouse on because the force feedback wobbling causes my mouse to wobble. We got some people. Some people at the runway are gonna pick up the packages. At Ambidortifa, Ambidortifa, Ambodita Tifa, Amboditifa Airport. It's a great airfield. One of the best, if not the best. Amboditifa. Here we go.
Foxtrot Mike Alpha Delta traffic Cessna 5 Romeo. Tango Hotel Echo 6 miles north, 2,000 feet inbound to land runway 25.
That's weird. What speed is an AMD 6950? What's that equivalent to? Does that actually work well with most games? Thing is, you're actually once every graphics card is basically a 40 80. Like things I've kind of got still, like even like the 1080 Ti lasted for bloody ages. Still using it. Yeah, so like a 3080 is a really good I mean, that's what I'm using with this, and that's already that's faster than games consoles generally are, and for 4K it's a really good card. It's only if you're doing VR or like crazy stuff. I always do that because we speed up when we bank down, and it always tells you off. What is this runway?
Tango Hotel Echo is on final runway 25 to land.
500.
What on earth is this runway? What? Well, where's the runway? Well, I don't know where the bloody runway is. Oh my god. Where's the exit? I mean...
The pace car is out of control.
Well, where are we bloody going? We're lost in the jungle, guys. Hang on, is this not the runway? Why was the short final saying that was it? That was it.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Hang on, do I take off again and have a little look around? Oh.
Hi, Daddy. You've been inviting Flowers Pit. M.
Thank you, Zedward Dog. Well, apparently that is the runway. What on earth? Well, we got an A, so... Almost got an S! Thanks for supporting us with the membership there, really appreciate that. Paul's office. Yeah. The best moment of 2024 gaming. Look at that, we got some money. Beautiful. Ah, and we gained some rep. Beautiful. Oh, I think we need to do another mission, guys. Okay, I've got 7,000 credits. We do a short mission. Ah, this. How's that 45 minutes? Discovery. Oh. Oh, hang on. Can we do this? We can do this. We can do a skydiving mission. How does this work? Do we have to bind buttons for this? Drop skydivers over the drop zone at the desired altitude. I can do that. Do we need to tell them when to jump? Here they come, they're getting in the plane. Oh, they're in. They're hunkered down.
Pilot, let's give a round of applause to our 2 candidates for this jump. Treat them extra special, please. Let's go. All right, let's make this a jump to remember. I want to see smiles on those rock star faces when we're back here.
Frame rate's well bad with these passengers. They're too fat.
Lima Echo Alpha Papa Traffic Cessna Echo Charlie. Uniform Sierra India is taxiing to runway 35.
Okay.
Is everyone ready to go? Love it. So, important reminder. We're here to have fun, but your security is our priority, so listen to what I say at all times. Last check, buckle up, helmet, eye shield, altimeter. You confirm? Great.
Look at these cars. It's funny if I jumped out of the plane before telling them. Lol.
Lima Echo Alpha Papa Traffic Cessna Echo Charlie. Uniform Sierra India taking off runway 35 departure to the north.
Turn around. I don't know, maybe. I've not tried jumping out of it. Power. Plane always seems to roll over to the left.
Hey, Solo 7 ECUSI. I've uploaded relevant data onto your map. Quick update anyway. Your drop axis today is into the wind, heading 8 degrees true. Current on-site speed is 0 knots. Check your map regularly so you can adjust your flight. I'm keeping tabs and everything from my end. Time to soar now. See you in a few minutes, guys. Hey, Solo 7 ECUSI. I've uploaded relevant data onto your map. Quick update anyway. Your drop axis today is into the wind, heading 2 degrees true. Current on-site speed is 0 knots. Check your map regularly so you can adjust your flight. I'm keeping tabs and everything from my end. Time to soar now. See you in a few minutes, guys.
All right, people. I'm your jump master. Everyone calls me. Can you remind me?
Tiffy.
Unfasten your seatbelt. As I explained on the ground, you need to be able to jump if anything goes wrong. Green light is at 10,000 feet. Disengage from the aircraft for 3 over 60 seconds before deploying the parachute.
Yeah, nothing quite like the freedom of getting into an aeroplane piloted by someone following a completely pre-planned flight path. Starship Troopers is awesome, yeah. I'm flying my own flight path here. Forget their shoddy flight path. I'm having some contradictory information presented. Bit noisy in here because the bloody door's open.
I love that part. And the adrenaline. Hope I remember to pull the cord. Don't worry, our gear comes with a safety device. Even if you forget to pull the cord, your reserve parachute will open.
The excitement, guys. The most exciting part of this is being able to throw these people out of the aircraft. Little do they realise I removed the parachute. Lol. Whoops. Do you normally...
I don't have a choice yet.
They normally jump at 10,000 foot for a skydive. Seems like a bit low. I'm going to get much free fall at 10,000 foot.
Speak up now if you have anything to say. Shaking like a leaf.
We climbing. That's it, Scuba. It's an easy mistake to make.
Gonna be super cold now. No, don't worry, it's not that chilly out there.
Where was this? Spain? Why you have a drink? Ah, yeah. Just take your helmet off. Oh, I've lost it out the window. I mean, if you've got a straw, it's not going to do any harm having a drink. Sorry guys. We had to make some money. Wasn't full, hello. Yeah, they work, but not with helicopters because you can't bind them. I'll have to. I could get them to work with helicopters. I'll just need to bind them in a certain way.
ECUSI Solo 7, 2 minutes green light.
What do you mean? No, because the problem is it doesn't have the option for to use racing sim pedals. You need to be able to bind the left pedal to left axis left, and right pedal to right axis right. But the option just doesn't exist. I might try and find a way. I've got some nice rudder pedals, so I might try and find a way to mount them to the rig if I can. But I don't know if I can really without. There's no way for me to really position them. No, it's not to do with keybind. The option's not there. It literally doesn't exist for helicopters. We've gone through every option. It works with the planes. Slow ass Cessna. Illegal language. Yeah, we're very polite on this channel. No, I've tried it before, Hell Knight. It's not enough space and my seat's too high. Yeah, this rig's set up for live streaming, so it's not that simple. Jesus stream. Yeah, no, I literally made a guide for it, Halsey, about 5-6 years ago. I was the person that did it first and made the guide for it. It's like we get comments of people going, "Oh, have you tried tactile transducers?" You know, it's like, yeah, I made the video 10 years ago. Oh, did you know about wheel settings? Yeah, I literally had the first 4-speed back direct drive wheel in the UK. We literally were the first people that told everyone about it, but it's fine. Oh dear. Here we go. Kick him out of the plane. Jump, bitches. What? I didn't say that. Where's this come from? Why to pass entry? Oh, okay. We just got to go at the right speed. Bloody hell. Spring that on us.
Jump. Claim your prize, folks. Go.
Jump then.
Solo 7 ECUSI divers away.
Legendary run, guys. Now, time for the debrief.
Can't see that. The where are they? Straight to the death. Oh well. There were skydivers, nothing lost. Oh, we can just... We don't need to fly down there, we can just go down. Should be able to see them open their parachutes, to be honest. I don't know if they've included that. Yeah, if we get a donation goal, we'll get a Turkish hair transplant. That's the goal. We can't see the parachutists. Where are they? Come on. You should be able to see them. I feel cheated. There's no parachute. Absolute scam. Because we don't need to go through the boxes. We just have them on. It's just a visual guide. No, the boxes are just a way to a flight path. You don't need to do that. We do need to not overspeed though. Is that Benidorm or something? Looks a bit like it. It should run on triples, yeah, especially using frame generation. Don't know, we'll see. But why have we not got... Oh. We're just going for it, fine. Well, we're going to overshoot the runway, I think.
Awesome rotation. You optimized like crazy there.
Oh, wow. On the limit. On the limit. Woo. That was close. That worked pretty. That's pretty good.
Alpha Papa traffic Cessna Echo Charlie. Uniform Sierra India is taxiing to parking.
Another successful trip. Yeah, there's airports in... Yeah, it's got airports everywhere. Oviluscu. I can look on the map if you want to see. I don't know if they're handcrafted, but you'll be able to get mods of airports as well. Every airport
in the world.
Yeah, it was alright. That was a nice little adventure. It's good fun. Shame you couldn't see the guys parachuting. That would have been nice, but... Force feedback's really good. Really, really good. You got like G-force effects, speeding up, slowing down, turbulence, engine effects. Yeah, really nice. Like some different effects for flaps and things.
End of your planning for today. You did great. Let's have a little recap together when you're ready.
It's good. Woo! It's better than the Brunner, yeah. The landing was a bit mental. But we should get an A, I think. Yes, S! S tier. No skip bonus. Get in there. Oh, we got B grade. Reputation increase. 5% bonus for each mission. Nice. S is for shit tier. This is the career mode, yeah. This is what everyone wanted to play. It's a little bit buggy. It's good fun though. It's fun when it works. Right. 9,300. So tomorrow, we'll be able to do the... We'll have to do one more mission. I'll be able to do the instrument rating for 10,000 credits. So I'll probably do that tomorrow. I might try and get the helicopter pedal stuff working. Oh, it's good though. Like, when it's not crashing and doing weird shit, it's really fun. Today, Sunday. But yeah, it was good. Fun streaming. We've got stuff working. It's a nice bit of flying. Yeah, we definitely will do. I need to do a first impressions of the joystick video as well, so I might maybe try and... It depends what time I get up tomorrow, but I might try and get a video done before we live stream. Just a quick first impressions video for people. I'm based in Cornwall, which was a bad decision, but oh well. You can pick stuff all over the place. It just takes a while. But we had some good smuggling missions there. Pretty good stuff. There's a tornado over the UK. What's going on here? Right. Yes, guys. I need to. Do you think the game will actually close without crashing now? No. That's too much to ask. Oh, it did. It did close. That's a miracle. Yeah, I need to get some sleep. It's bloody 1 in the morning, guys. It's good fun, though. Fun chatting and streaming as well whilst we were playing. Appreciate everyone that watched and took part. I will catch you guys soon, hopefully tomorrow, if you want to join us. Thanks everyone that subscribed, liked and supported us. Really appreciate that. That allows us to do these pointless live streams. Really appreciate all the support. Check out our videos on YouTube if you haven't. Give us a subscription on YouTube if you come over from Twitch. You don't know about YouTube. It's Game of Muscle, same thing, and we do videos on that obviously, but also the live stream there as well. Yeah, short 9-hour flights, but we're doing good. Let's raid. RL helicopter pilot does stuff and things. This guy seems like he does VR. Seems good. Let's send you guys there, and I'll be in his chat for a bit. But thanks for watching, everyone. Appreciate it. Have a good night and good morning for those of you that just woke up. Goodbye, everybody. Be nice to this guy. Maybe give him a follow. Spam tea time in his chat. Hype him up. Take care, guys. Bye.